Hello, everybody. Very good to have you here. Great audience already. Would you be so kind to get your folks seated that we all gather now and we can start. We are kind of bit of after the schedule behind, 5 minutes behind. We really love to start. So please hang your coats over there and join us. Thank you.
Professionelles Auto. Ja. Danke dir.
Hard for me to say, okay, I don't take the job.
I understand.
Oh, it's really bad.
Yeah. And the train for me is good, but the problem is the different connections. The bus, you have less connections, so it's easier. It may be a bit longer, but you very peaceful because connections are easy. There is just one. Everything can be.
We start in 3 minutes, and we have the most fascinating places for free in the second row. So please take your seats. You can really come to the front. We won't throw balls at you or anything like that. It's no worse than in the last row. So please make yourself comfortable in the seats. We start in a couple of minutes. Thank you. Bienvenidos, bienvenuti, bonjour à tous. Very warm welcome to this great conference on sustainability and innovation. I'm very glad to see you so numerously and such a diverse and young audience, which is not always the case in this context. My name is Andrea Thilo, and I feel very honored that it's not the first time that I can tackle that subject together with you for the ESCP. I really feel very honored that you have asked me and given me the confidence again to follow you during the day. And this is really meant seriously. And I really very warmly welcome also our digital audience out there on YouTube. Very warm welcome. Because we really want to have you contributing to this day. We have great speakers. One of our speakers flew all the way in from Tunis, so too great to have you here. That's an applause, I think. Others are coming from Lower Saxonia. So, and I guess, and let me just share 3 more sentences with you. I think this is a kind of a life-changing experience to have these 2-day workshops, maybe not only the conference, but the workshops that will follow in the next 2 days. I want to start with a question to you. Who would say from yourself that you are trying to live a really sustainable life? Okay. Good that you're here. So maybe if we ask a question tomorrow, that will give a different digit. In the morning I said, okay, maybe we should start with the definition of sustainability. I didn't do that the last years, and I searched for a children engine. How do they define sustainability? And you know what they said online? They said, sustainable is what you should do all your life. I like this definition. And there's another common definition that says sustainability focuses on meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. So the concept of sustainability is composed of 3 pillars: economic, not surprising, environmental, and social. And we can also draw the line from profit to planet to people. And since 2016, and therefore I think the question of partnerships is key. Since 2016, we have a lot of companies that are really trying to foster partnerships to make the world a more sustainable place. So I'm very, very happy that this is the question we are trying to resonate on today and have our speakers contributing. And there's one person in the room, there are many persons in the room, the whole team behind this conference and the workshops, but there's one person in particular who's so severely backing that subject, and that is the Dean of the ESCP. And I'm very honored now to hand the stage over to Andreas, Dr. Andreas Kaplan.
Yeah, so climate change, Fridays for Future, global goals. Wherever you look, there is action calls for a sustainable society, for sustainable management and leadership, a sustainable business world. And even in the school's current ad campaign, you read, leading a sustainable future starts by choosing responsible paths. And I think very few among you would say that sustainability is not important. Actually, I think most of you agree that sustainability is crucial, apart from maybe some Mr. Fake News or alike. So, sustainability is important, isn't it? Because actions speak louder than words, and here the mismatch kind of starts. And to me, the best example for that is when in last November, a Black Friday and a Friday for Future fell on the exact same date. So while some people went out demonstrating for more radical actions to save our planet, other people went out for more radical discounts, shopping, and consumerism, and yet another group, believe it or not, did actually both on the same day, a Black Friday for Future, so to say. But how is this possible? How can that be if sustainability is that important? First of all, it's certainly a question of convenience, not to say selfishness. Speaking about sustainability is easy, as you can see here at my example. Living sustainably is actually quite hard. Or would you decide to become a vegetarian, a vegan even? Would you decide to not have children in the future? Would you decide to only take public transport, no cab, no Uber, no Drive Now, only public transport? Would you decide to purchase only local products? Would you decide to only buy clothes you really need? And especially this last example, sacrificing in clothes, would be very hard for me, personally. Very hard. Actually, too hard for the moment. But why is it that hard if sustainability is that important? So maybe many of us do not really believe that it is that important after all. A bit like religion, if you allow me this very simplified comparison. But if you really believed, or we believed, 100% in, let's say, eternal life after death, then the only or the most logical solution or consequence would be that we pray all day long aiming for heaven. So I guess we're not believing 100% in it. However, I think many of us do believe in some kind of miracle nevertheless, namely that there will be some invention or innovation reversing climate change without putting any sacrifice on us. Maybe another reason why we are not that much in a hurry to radically change our lifestyles. Yet another group does maybe not know better, although you could argue that if it's that important, you would get informed. And then there is obviously all these situations where there is not one best solution, the situations of dilemmas, just like taking the risk, even if it's a very small one, of maybe another Fukushima, but avoiding green gas emissions until the renewables are to the point, to just give you one example. And to be very transparent, talking about dilemma every year when I prepare this speech, this little speech, I am actually in a huge dilemma, because I ask myself always the question, well, how can you tell them, possibly tell them, that there is a need for a more sustainable lifestyle if your own lifestyle, my own lifestyle, is actually quite far from ideal on that matter. And last year, actually, one among you, a student, asked me, luckily enough for me, after the conference, if I actually did what I was talking about, which did not really solve my dilemma, not at all, and which is also the reason why I talked to you about, why I made this as this year's topic, because as you can see, I nevertheless decided to do yet another speech on sustainability, because sustainability is doubtlessly important because of my role, and also for complete transparency, for selfish reasons, because preparing and doing this speech reminds me myself of the importance of sustainability. And if this speech does not have an impact on you, it definitely has an impact on myself. Last year, to give you one example on a side note, I talked about the environmental cost of consuming a lot of meat, especially beef, and I can proudly say that I reduced my beef meat consumption quite radically over the last year. But on a side note. So, now you obviously can ask the question, what is he talking about? Why is he telling us all that apart from cleaning his own conscience, which is completely true. But I thought, I reflected, I think that even small steps in the right directions are way better than no steps at all. And with all the things that are going on sustainability at the moment, I think there's a group of people who are actually completely annoyed and say maybe, well, it's anyway too late, we cannot do anything anyway, let's just forget about it. And I think this would be the wrong decision and maybe also a too easy justification for not doing anything. And this is why we have this conference. So this conference is for you if you fall in any of the categories I just mentioned, or in all of the categories I mentioned. It's here for you to get inspired, to get motivated, to get encouraged, to maybe take some small or some bigger steps towards a more sustainable lifestyle in the future. And for all of those who already live a sustainable, perfectly sustainable lifestyle, we definitely need you to remind us, to teach us, to challenge us to live a more sustainable life, because obviously we cannot really wait on my little annual speech to potentially get inspired for half an afternoon. We need constant reminders, we need role models, we need people who perfectly live sustainable, and we need also the millions and millions of people aiming for a more sustainable lifestyle in a maybe more imperfect manner. Because small steps count, sustainability is important, isn't it? Enjoy the conference and get inspired.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Andreas. Okay, to start with the small steps. You can, for example, change your search engine. We'll come to that subject later. You could change your cosmetics. We'll come to that in a minute. You can also contribute to the conference with the 2 papers on your chair. I'll come to that also a bit later. That is very important for us to make and get the conference going later. And I would now ask you to pull out your smartphones, although they create electricity and they use electricity. So please, we want to have you via Slido integrated in the discussion. We are very keen on your questions. So please go on the browser, put slido.com into the browser, and that's the conference ID, SDG 2020, not surprising. And what we are going to do now, we have 6 fascinating speakers from very different angles. They each will hold a short presentation of 5 to 7 minutes. And then we have 4 to 5 minutes. It's more or less a kind of a speed dating of questions. And I want to drop your questions on the table. If there aren't any, I will come up with mine. But I'm very, very curious what your interest in respect of the topic is. And saying that, I'm now glad to introduce Eva Lajana Stefan to you. There are probably not too many in the room because she came originally from ESCP. It was called EAP at that time. It's 3 decades ago when she was an alumni here. It was the end of the 2 decades. I'm bad in counting. It's 2 decades ago when she was here. She is the CEO of Logocos Natural Cosmetics. She has been working for L'Oréal for very long. She's becoming CEO of Logocos after her assignment as director of L'Oréal Paris. And it's interesting to know maybe two facts about Logocos Natural Care Company. It's torn to nature, really, since 1978. That means more than 40 years of ecologic standards and fair working conditions. That are the core values of the enterprise. There's more we will get to know from Eva herself. Interestingly enough, Logocos has been acquired in 2018 by L'Oréal, and that was causing some waves in the biosphere and in the bio markets, etc. So it's a very interesting and very complex subject to start with. Eva, too happy to have you here.
Hello everyone, and thank you very much for having me. Well, sustainability, little steps, I like that very much because it's little steps. Do I have many clothes? Probably yes. Do I have too many lipsticks in my drawer? Probably yes. But there's things we can do and things we can change little by little, and it does matter indeed. If this is working, I would like to put up my charts now. Having now 5 to 7 minutes to just talk about myself and a little bit about Logocos and what we are doing to foster sustainability. I've been clicking and it's not working. All right, so maybe whilst we put up the charts, start with myself. And indeed, I'm an alumni and very happy to be here. So I've been in 1995. Yes, that's a long time ago. At ESCP, I started here in Berlin, then Oxford and Paris. I love those 3 years to do these further studies, and I think it's a fantastic program, and it's really good to see you guys here enjoying the same international education and fostering the spirit that I really loved at that time at ESCP. Just wondering if the charts won't come up. Okay, they won't come up. After that, I joined Ernst & Young, worked a little bit on consulting to then start in L'Oréal Paris in Germany. I've been working in Paris, I've been working in Melbourne, went to Australia, then I did a sabbatical of 2 years in Beijing, China, experienced there a very non-sustainable ways of life, great experience, and after these 2 years of sabbatical, returned to Germany to become the L'Oréal Paris General Manager. And in these 3 years, pushing the business in Germany, having a lot of fun and also giving purpose to the brand, engagement with the DKMS, the German Foundation for Cancer. So we did some great stuff here. And then, as just mentioned by Andrea, L'Oréal acquired the company called Logocos. Logocos, 40 years of organic beauty. And that was a fantastic new challenge for me 1 year ago. So why would L'Oréal do this? Not just because it's greenwashing or a company, the world's #1 in cosmetics, wants to become green, but because L'Oréal is really interested in how we do beauty, how we can do clean beauty, and what is more behind all this. There's a program at L'Oréal called Sharing Beauty with All, which has been established 2013, and in the workshop tomorrow, you're gonna be talking about this a little bit more with Vulnet, our HR director from Logocos. But on top of that, Logocos has just been doing for 40 years clean beauty. That means extracting different, from calendula to different Brennnessel extracts, nettles, etc., extracts, and saying, okay, we want a real alternative to conventional beauty. This was in 1975, 78, when the Green Party was founded, when there was this movement in Germany in food, and the Reformhäuser were founded where you could get alternative food, knowing where it comes from, local products, etc. So a guy called Hans Hansel decided in his little garage in Hanover, in Germany, to produce real organic beauty. And since then, he has developed different brands like Santé, and then Lugona, which you can buy in bio stores in Germany, but also in some of the drugstores like DM and Rossmann. So a fantastic journey that has been done, and then in 1998, L'Oreal decided to just buy this brand, and to say 98? No, I was talking about 1918. So yeah, that's now a little bit more than a year ago that I started this journey, learning myself about how we can do different, how we can develop products in a different way, how we can give products that are not full of parabens and sulfates, etc., but really clean beauty, organic beauty, which is all certified. So a really great experience for me. And yes, you talked about it. What happened when we first got that company? Well, they were saying, oh, this is greenwashing. What's L'Oreal doing? What are they changing over? They're just getting this knowledge and then integrating those brands into their portfolio. But no, this is not what we're doing. Right now, we're investing in our site in Salzhemmendorf. So we do have outside of Hanover, it's 40 kilometers outside of Hanover, we do have our site, Salzhemmendorf, closer to the city of Hameln. Whoever heard about Rattenfänger of Hameln? And there we produce our products. We have our own factory, we have our own R&I, we have our own international sales and national sales team and our marketing team. And yeah, what have we been doing since we arrived at the company? We looked, how can we be even more sustainable? Because if you do go today in a bio store, you see a lot of brands. Logocos today is number 3. There's Veleda out there, there's Lavera out there. And you take those products and you look at them and say, are they really sustainable? Plastic, silver embossments. There's paper boxes around every product. We said, okay, we can do more, we can push forward. So we established a whole roadmap, and every single product that's being renovated right now is brought to a new standard. That means we are now relaunching all our hair care brands of Sante and Logona in 100% rPET, rPET, so old plastic, recycled plastic. We are getting rid of boxes where we don't need them. There's no more silver and gold stamps. There is stickers which are 50% recycled material, and they still stand the water under the shower, etc., etc. So in terms of products, there is a real roadmap. Secondly, what we've been doing on the site itself, we have a lot of farmers around. So we talked to the farmers, and we said, well, we want green energy. So that was a real big event for us. In December last year, we had our big bio pipe, so now we get our biogas from the farmers around us, so we can certify our company, and it's carbon neutral. Really, really great result for a little company like this. It's 320 employees, we do about 60 million turnover, and suddenly we can say we are not only doing organic beauty, but also the way we do it. It is sustainable, we're carbon neutral. So this is really, and we celebrated that in big time. So this is a big step. And then thirdly, we're looking forward to just do the next steps. How can we work with the farmers in the corner? Those farmers that are bio farmers, how can they become organic farmers? Because we need organic certified material that we put in our products. So we're setting up a program to work with them. We're looking at our suppliers. How can we reduce our suppliers to reduce transportation and to really guarantee that our suppliers themselves have the standards that we want? So we're working on different levels really to make the business more sustainable. Here we go.
Eva, let us really start with the plastic and the packaging, because
Okay.
that is one of your first questions. Is the packaging really sustainable? Don't you use any microplastic at all?
So in terms of microplastic, if you do have certified organic products, and the Natrue label is a label that has been created in 2012, co-founded by Logocos together with Veleda, Lavera, and Dr. Hauschka, we are not using any microplastics. And it's also a certified, like you buy a computer and you say Intel inside. So if it's not true, that means there's no nasties, there's no parabens, there's no sulfates, there is no artificial fragrances in the products. You can't have the certification.
I connected directly to another question of you. You are asking, has the sustainable practices from Logocos been able to influence the practices of L'Oreal as a whole?
That's a very interesting question.
If so, how?
So first of all, you have to imagine, yes, it's a little company. It's a German medium-sized company. And when we had the first meeting with the big head of R&I, development, coming to this little, village, Salzhemmendorf, and talking with our head of R&I in Germany. He's like, hey, nice to meet you, so can you show me how you do this? And you have, it's like a little bit like a witch's kitchen. She's doing a potion and steering around and what kind of herbs you put in. But I have to say, there has been a really great exchange since, and there's ways of doing this beauty and doing those formulations at Logokos that are really new to L'Oreal as well. L'Oreal has in Paris biolabs since 15 years. However, there's new ways. So the answer is yes. There is a knowledge exchange right now. Happening on both ways, by the way. Also for us at Logokos, we can profit from some things that L'Oreal has been doing, or supplier setups that L'Oreal, of course, has been pushing forward, which is really interesting.
A question to the supply chain. How strongly is your sustainable supply chain increasing the price of your product, and are you still competitive on the market? Is that a consequence that you have to higher the prices to make it more sustainable?
Formulations are more expensive. Yes, for example, fragrances is the best. It's a big driver in the cost of goods. However, if you, that's what we've been doing. We've been driving. It's just breaking it down to real partnerships with your suppliers. Then you can have obviously an impact as well on costs. So sustainability doesn't always go against cost. To the contrary. I give you another example. When we first arrived at Logokos, we were looking at all our materials. You know, those shampoo, conditioners, they all come in tubes or hand creams or whatever. So when we looked at the portfolio of tubes we had for 100 milliliter, same size, well, we had 12 different formats. Why would you need for a 100 milliliter tube 12 different formats? So now you can bring it down to 2, and that means that not only for the production we can produce through. We don't have to stop the lines all the time, but then also the outer packaging and the cartons you produce, they all have the same size. So there's a real savings in there by being more sustainable as well.
How is Logokos planning to scale? The average consumer, as we know, still buys more or less a lot of chemical products. How is Logokos planning to replace this? So how do you really want to enlarge?
Well, first of all,
group?
if we look at the segment of natural beauty, it's plus 10 compared to the overall cosmetics market at plus 1. So there's an increased demand. People are more and more aware of what kind of product do I buy? What product do I want for myself? It starts with when you have kids, or it starts when you have sensitive skin, and then you would reflect. So when we start to promote our products and telling what is about our products and what stands behind the philosophy of these products. So let's take the brand Santé. Santé's claim is care for you and the world. It's a brand that stands up. It's a brand that has an engagement. It's a brand that does more than just putting out their organic formulations. And this is where we can more and more consumers, and this is why the demand for these products has been really good.
There is a quick question here. How are the margins of profit at Logokos compared to L'Oreal products?
Some products are totally comparable. Some products aren't, but it depends also on the sizes. Of course, the more you scale it up, the more profitable you get. However, we do have a multi-category approach because we want to be a real alternative to conventional beauty. This is why when you look at a brand like Santé or Logona, you would always find everything from body care, hair care, shampoo, conditioner, makeup, hand cream, dental care, everything. So
any figures you can share?
It's comparable. So in terms of profitability, it would be it's the same.
Okay. There's like a systematic question at the end. Isn't the only solution to this situation of the need of sustainability to renounce to the economic growth and this way totally change our model and not just only, as you named it, make small steps?
Do you really need to renounce to the economic growth? I mean, doing organic beauty when the consumers are demanding this beauty, it's perfect for us, right? So we can grow in the same time as delivering sustainable products that are done in the best respectful way.
Eva, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that was just... To make the format a bit clearer, this was just a first speed dating of questions. Of course, there are a lot of more stories behind, and I urge you, or I more invite you later, to spread into the corner to the person you want to work with for half an hour of our 6 speakers. So thank you very much to make that without the slides so fruitfully. Thank you very much, Eva. We are now coming to another great speaker. I sometimes think that sugar is the new smoking in Germany. Don't you think that too? So that's a company that has to tackle a lot of subjects relating to that change in the consumer market. He's the manager of Director Sales and Marketing at Coca-Cola European Partners since 2019. He's reporting to the CEO. He has a long time experience in marketing and sales. He has worked in the Asian Pacific region in Pakistan, and he was holding a position at the bottling enterprise ICSec in Pakistan. Coca-Cola, and we are very grateful for that, has been backing that conference since the very beginning in 2017. So we are very glad to have you here. Where are you? John, there you are. John Galvin, the floor is yours. I hope. Try.
So good afternoon, and thank you for the introduction. My name is John Galvin, and I'm looking forward to sharing our plans at Coca-Cola in regard to sustainability this afternoon. Let me begin with, if we go back one, let me begin with a picture of the sunshine. And when I started my career, roughly at your age, I was 21 years old, in sales. We had a very simple business at the time. If the sun shone, we sold more. Very, very simple. And this picture, of course, of a burning sun has a very different meaning 23 years on from when I started my career. Today, people see global warming. They see the bushfires in Australia. They see the animals that are burnt in Australia lying on fences. And this burning sun has driven a lot of action and a lot of change across the whole of society, and rightly so, and also in our organization. And we see Coca-Cola as, in most of the markets we operate, the largest refreshment drinks provider in the markets where we operate. We see that we have a strong responsibility to act and to lead our industry to a more sustainable future. And I'm going to talk to you about that today, specifically in the format of packaging. So we do other things in other areas, but I'll specifically speak about packaging today because it's the most immediate and the most visible part of our business for consumers. And we've defined our strategy in 4 key areas in relation to sustainable packaging. The first one is the reduction of plastic. Secondly, the recovery. Thirdly, the recycling. And finally, the returnable, refillable bottle business, which people in Germany are particularly familiar with. It's less familiar in other markets like France and the UK. I'll speak about the 4 of these. Let me start with plastic reduction. Here we set a goal for ourselves to significantly reduce the amount of plastic we use in our business and in our packaging, however we can. So we're doing things like in our PET bottles. An example, our 1.5 litre bottle, we used to use 29 grams per bottle of plastic. Today we use 19. We've removed straws, plastic straws from all of our packaging. We're lightweighting the closures for our bottles. And all of these things have been driven by innovation in our industry and in our suppliers' industry. And to continue this journey, we are continuing to invest in innovation and innovation with our suppliers and our partners so that we can continue to reduce plastic. The second area is recovery. And here as an organization, we are pushing and working hard with our stakeholders, particularly governments, but also our industry partners, NGOs, local authorities, to establish collection recovery systems in the markets where we operate. One already exists in Germany. We're a founder member of that, the DPG system. If you buy plastic packaging or any one-way packaging in Germany today, you will pay a deposit of 25 cents. You can bring it back to any retailer who sells it, and that goes back into a collection mechanism. And that is the cornerstone. That mechanism is the cornerstone of having a sustainable circular economy for packaging. And for that reason, we're advocating that. It already exists in Germany. It exists in Sweden. It partially exists today in Holland. In the UK, in Scotland, next year, we will for the first time see a one-way packaging deposit on all one-way packaging, and the rest of the UK is intended to go in 2022. And many other markets around the world are looking at this. We know it because we receive so many guests in our business coming from all over the world to look at the DPG system in Germany, which is the system when you go to a supermarket here, you put your bottle in the automat and you get your 25 cents returned back to you. And as I said, that is the foundation of a circular economy, because we can take the material that comes through that system and recycle it and reuse it in our packaging. The third area is recycling. I'll talk a little bit more about that on the next slide, but in essence, this is about how we reuse the plastic that exists in the economy and use it for the packaging and the repackaging of our products. And finally, refillables. These are returnable bottles, so bottles that we fill in our plants, we send out to the marketplace, they're returned back to us, we refill them, reuse them, and we come in and out. You know, one final point on this, and that's, you know, it's often painted, you know, particularly in Germany, this black and white story of returnable is good, one-way packaging is bad. The world is not that simple. You know, if you're drinking a bottle of Augustiner beer in Berlin today, that's traveled 800 kilometers from Munich, will travel 800 kilometers back. Is that more sustainable than a one-way can of beer that's produced Berliner Pilsner down the road? I don't know the answer, but it's not clear, it's not black and white. And for that reason, this idea that returnable is good, one-way packaging is bad, is not the case. It depends very much on how they're brought to market, where the production location is, how much recycling content there is in there, and the whole treatment of the chain that goes around the logistics and the supply of those products. Yeah, just point 3 and point 4 from my previous slide, recycling and returnables. What we're doing as a business, so we've decided and we've set ourselves the goal as being the leader in terms of recycled content in our products in Europe. We set ourselves a goal of having 50% of our PET products made from recycled PET by 2025. We will achieve that goal by 2023. And in Germany, as of this year, we will have 100% recycled content in our VO Bio range and our VO water range. Today, we're 36% in Germany recycled content. We're a little bit further on than the rest of our colleagues. And we, for example, today in Germany, in all of our small packaging, have 50% recycled content in our packaging. And we're further on in Germany because of the high quality recycled plastic that we receive back from the system that exists in Germany, the returnable system. You know, and the system works. There are essentially two types of recycling that happen. One is mechanical recycling. That's where you take a high quality feedstuff. That high quality feedstuff comes particularly from recycle or returnable systems like the one we have in Germany. And there we do a mechanical recycling. So we essentially, you know, mechanically break up the plastic, and then we return it back into PET format. It's the simplest, easiest way to use recycled PET in our systems. The second area is called enhanced recycling. That's more complex. This is an area that's very, very fast moving. It's critical though for the future if we wish to have a circular economy that this area enhances itself, and the innovation that's happening here is really, really enormous. And we're supporting that innovation. So in many, many ways, we're supporting it in that we're signing long-term off-take contracts with the suppliers in this industry. An example of that is here in Germany, in Halle. There's currently a recycled plant being built where we've guaranteed the first 5 years of off-take out of that plant that we'll buy from the supplier so that they're able to build a factory. There are other examples. The marine litter example here, you may have read about it. There's a supplier in Spain, Ionica, who's today able to take marine litter, recycle it with only a 25% content, but 25% content from marine litter, and are able to use that to reuse in packaging for products today. Is 25% enough? Of course not. But 2 years ago it was 0. And on that journey, that's the journey we're on, and that innovation will, we believe, bring us to an end state where we can have a circular economy for our packaging. Finally, on returnables, so the returnable business in Germany, 23% of the soft drink and water industry is returnable. Our business, Coca-Cola, is 40% returnable, so we're significantly ahead of the industry. We're investing very, very heavily in returnable packaging. The number is here in the charts. Over the past 3 years, over 200 million euros as a business we have invested in returnable packaging. We believe in returnables. We believe it's a very, very important, sustainable packaging format. We have 16 plants across Germany. Wherever you find Coca-Cola, in Berlin, if you're drinking Coke, it probably comes from Genshagen outside of Berlin. If you're drinking it in Frankfurt, it's from Liederbach, which is, you know, 20 kilometers down the road, and we operate all across the country, and we have our plants and shortways where we have returnable packaging, and we believe that returnable packaging is a key format for the future, and we're investing heavily in that. So that's it. That's all I wanted to share. Thank you, John. And I'm here for questions.
Great. Question for you. Do you want to come to the table? Sure. Okay, there are a lot of questions, very heavy questions, to the water consumption subject. We'll come to that in a minute, but let's start with the packaging first. One of your questions is, why reducing the package instead of coming to a totally different solution, for example, glass? So reducing plastic in order to come to glass in total.
Fantastic, I think a fantastic question. The most sustainable packaging that exists in our portfolio today is returnable PET, or returnable PET package. That's a plastic package, that's in a returnable format. It is a more sustainable package than glass, regardless
because of the weight, because of the weight of the bottle.
Yes, because of the weight.
Mm-hmm.
So, as I said, it's not black and white. Mm-hmm. There are, when you get into the detail of what sustainable is and how we build a sustainable business, mm-hmm. there are many complexities.
Why do you think it takes the rest of the world so long to take on the German DPG system?
Yeah, great question. I think this issue, the issue of returnable and deposit systems actually started with the issue of litter and litter avoidance, and it's really come as a packaging and a sustainable packaging question only in the last 3 to 4 years. So the birthplace of these systems was around litter avoidance. In Germany, when we started, it was litter avoidance, and we weren't sure what to do with the output of the system. Over time, the material that comes out of the system is extremely valuable. It is recycled to 99.999%. So whatever you give back today in the deposit system in Germany is fully recycled, and it has no part in marine waste or any other waste or landfill or incineration anywhere in the world. And Germany has perfected that system over a 15-year period. And today people see that as a poster system, and it is becoming, in an accelerated way, mm-hmm. A system that's been adopted around the world.
Mm-hmm. As we see with the SDGs, sustainability is a very multidisciplinary approach. So you say sustainability is also about health. What do you think? What do you do to make your products healthier? I talked about sugar. So what else?
Sugar in particular, I think sugar is a great example. Our brand Coca-Cola today is 35% sugar-free and increases every year. So our Coke Zero brand is growing double-digit year on year, which we're strongly promoting and putting out there. We're also reducing sugar through our formulations where we can with our products, and most importantly, we're providing consumers with choice, sugar, no sugar, with clear communication around what the sugar content, what the calorie content of our product is, and creating choice where the consumer can choose lower or no calorie options.
Your personal dream, how do you see Coca-Cola in 20 years' time? Your personal dream.
So my personal dream...
What is your personal utopia for the company?
I would like to see our Coca-Cola packaging in a 100% circular economy, whether that is recycled or whether it's the recycled content or whether it's through returnable packaging, but to have our business completely in a fully sustainable circular economy.
Mm-hmm. We come back to that in 20 years. Water consumption, and I come with some facts that I draw from the web yesterday. By 2030, the United Nations predicts water stress will give way to water shortages for nearly half the people of the planet. And I learned, if I'm right, that a bottle of 0.5 liters takes 35 liters of water to produce. And one of the problems, as far as I research, is that Coca-Cola keeps distribution costs low by tapping local water sources. So what is your stake on that in the future?
So I think two questions. I mean, first of all, to produce one bottle of Coca-Cola, we require, depending on whether it's returnable or one-way packaging, we have a different requirement. It's roughly 2 to 1 in terms of returnable packaging, because you need water to wash the bottles, and that's
no, not the bottle.
Yes.
To produce, to have the plants, to produce the whole product. I'm talking about a holistic approach of your water use. It's not only about the package.
Yes.
It's about the whole product.
Yes.
To grow the sugar, to create a Coca-Cola drink. It's more or less. So in total, it's the percentage is bigger.
So in total, so as a company, where I was going to is we're a water neutral company. So we offset the incremental water that we use by having water collection schemes, which we fund around the world with partners like the WWF and others. And we've been a water neutral company for the past 2 years. So our water footprint is neutral globally for the past 2 years.
Okay, if you want to go into depth with that subject, you can follow John later into the corner. Very good to have you here.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Looking forward to the discussion. And I'm now very happy to introduce Milena to you. She's an absolute powerhouse. If you don't know Milena Glimbowski, you'll be very happy in 5 minutes' time. She invented, she founded, and she's the CEO of the supermarket with zero waste called Original Unverpackt. There are already 2 in Kreuzberg here in Berlin. There are many more. She has been inspiring a lot of other people to open up these zero waste supermarkets. Who has ever been there at Original Unverpackt in Berlin? Okay, that's at least 7%. Okay, maybe there will be 8 tomorrow. So she is, and just one to that, we produce, what do you estimate? How much waste do we produce every year, approximately? Give me a number. How many kilos? What do you guess? Each of us. How much? Okay, 617. I don't know how much she works on reducing that, but I think it's a lot. Milena Glimbowski, great.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, I'm Milena Glimbowski. I'm 29 years old. I'm 1.50 meters tall, if anybody cares. I have a little boy who is now 1 year old and is already half my size. And even before I had him, I was already trying to live a quite sustainable life. There are 2 guys running around him who have been with university too, and they remember me as being probably the annoying girl sitting in the end and always demonstrating and saying, oh, but this is not cool and this is annoying and we have to use the feminist pronoun, and yeah. So I'm still annoying. I still tell what's wrong and where it hurts because I think that's important that we do this today. So when I started the company back then, 7 years ago actually, I was telling that plastic is bad and people were like, yeah, really, why? And then I had to explain microplastics when we eat, when we drink. You know that there are microplastics in beer and we're in Germany? I mean, we should really do something about it. Anyway, yeah, so I was telling that it was bad and we have to reduce it. There's always also plastic in the oceans and that's really bad. Now I don't have to tell this to you anymore probably because you know all of this, because it's been public, it's been public opinion, it's been told everywhere. Now we have other fights we have to fight for and to save the world. Okay, I'm a little bit off the road again. So 5 years ago I opened my first shop here in Kreuzberg. The ones who haven't been there, of course, have to come. It's very nice food, a lot of sweets. It's actually our best sellers is sugar, still. Most people just like sweets and chocolate, and I do too. My son too, he also likes running around the shop and tries to steal the cookies, and because it's like, you know, open and he can theoretically grab it. I don't allow him, it's not hygienic. Don't tell the Gesundheitsamt. So yeah, back to the shops. So we tried to, back then I was trying to live a very sustainable life and to try to avoid plastic in all means and to avoid producing trash. And I wasn't able to, so I opened up my first shop. This shop, there's only 2 shops now in Berlin who are mine, but still it's the most famous shop in the world because what happened then was there was a huge press wave all over the world. We've been in the New York Times and the Guardian and the Russian newspaper, basically everywhere. And people heard about it, that there's a way you can start your own shop. It's very easy. And this little girl from Kreuzberg did it. If she did it, you can do it. And so did people. Now over in Germany, we have around 200 Unverpackt shops. Unfortunately, they don't belong to me. I didn't open them, but I helped some of them to be produced because we did an online course where we teach people how to open your own shop. So I could be very, very rich. I'm not. Well, a little bit. But that's another story. I started a publishing house with my good friend Jan, and we produce calendars, sustainable calendars as well, and books, and who help reflect and help if you have psychological problems or just want to find out where you stand in life. So I've totally lost track of time, but I was going actually to tell is that there is a way that you can consume more green and feel good about it, as you've been talking in your speech. And this is a right way. That's the first steps we have to approach, is to ask ourselves, how actually are we consuming? But soon when you start to live a perfect life as I do, like this is secondhand, these are fair trade sneakers, you're still not perfect, you're still not there, because the problem is in a capitalist, patriarchy world, we cannot live a perfect, sustainable life. It's just not possible. It doesn't mean we shouldn't be starting it. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't be at least trying it and inform each other and try to reach of these goals and work towards it. But it means we have to work harder and higher. We have to look at the political side of it. We have to look where are the systematic changes which we have to do so that we can actually change something in this world to the better. That's why I'm wearing the sweater, because it's a message I believe in, and that's why I'm talking about this. I was asked also to tell about the transformation, the business transformation, what actually changed something. So when we started the shop, the hardest point was to find people who will give us their food without packaging, and not only food but also cosmetics. And there was this one guy in Berlin, Axel, who was producing tablet pills, toothpaste tablets. And we approached him, and he was packaging it back in plastic back then. And we said, yeah, can we have these, but without the plastic, because that's the whole point. He was like, no. And then we asked again, and he said, okay, we can try something. For you, I will try it because you're very nice. And he tried. And it was a good decision for him, because now he's not only delivering all the unverpackt shops in Germany, also a lot of unverpackt zero-waste shops in Europe. He's been delivering, I think, to Korea, but there they didn't let the tablets into the country because they didn't believe him that it's toothpaste. They thought it's something else. You know, from Berlin, what we do here a lot. Well, anyway, so he's been a really successful Berlin-based businessman now. Dentabs is the name of a company, and we've been working with him since day one and became friends. And what also happened, so he's been a successful businessman, I've been a successful businesswoman. So what we do right now is I work a little bit less. I have a kid now, and I have to think, what can I do? And what I try to do, what I try to change, like I said, is the system, is the way where we live in. And so I started to be an activist. I started to go into demonstrations, started to talk to politicians about what we have to change. I'm probably already running out of time. What I wanted to tell you today is that it's not only enough to consume sustainably and to inform yourself and educate yourself about it, but also to question everything around you. Is this really necessary? And yeah, speak up and talk about it. This is the best thing we can do against global warming, against plastic consumption, to educate ourselves and speak up. Thank you.
Luna, I want to be on eye level with you. Come on, let's sit. I feel now it's time for seating, because you need so many resources to do the job you do. You can now sit.
Thank you.
I want to start with your questions, and that's a very interesting subject. You put it on the table. I learned from somebody who's into circular economy that it's good to have plastic around the cucumbers, because then they are living longer. So your question is, plastic is used to increase shelf life. How can you manage stock to ensure reduction in plastic is not cancelled out by more waste due to shorter life?
Oh, that's a very good question. So there's been lately a news headline saying we had to throw away 1 ton of cucumbers from Spain. This is so bad, we need plastic. The question is, why do we have to have cucumbers in Spain conventionally, so not organic, in the mid of winter? Do we really need to survive cucumbers right now, because it's not the season? I can answer this question, and I will, but again, I wanted to even question the question itself. Mm-hmm. We should question the way we consume. We should eat more locally produced food when it's the season, like we're used to having strawberries in the supermarket right now. That's,
okay, I stick with another question from you. No.
But can I answer this? Sorry, I started talking about different stuff. But you're right. So what's more sustainable? It's more sustainable to you have to look at the carbon footprint. The carbon footprint is of saving food, and often actually plastic has a better carbon footprint. That's just the way it is very often. But Ökobilanzen, life cycle management, you have to look at the whole picture, how much trash is made. So you can't answer that easily.
I stick to the second part of what you just said about local products. Where are your suppliers coming from? Are they really strictly local suppliers?
No.
Why not?
Because some things just, we don't have bamboo growing in Germany, not yet. There's a lot
for the toothbrush.
For example, so there's a lot of products which is not produced here, and which is fine as well. But we try to always find out, is it fairly produced? Do the workers get paid? Is it like organic farming and so on? It's not 100% there, but we're working towards it.
When we had an interview, a very short one, like 3 years ago or so, I learned that you were not paying all your stuff. That some people were working there for free, like supporting you.
No, that was just me.
It was just you. Okay, I took it wrong. Okay.
No. So the only person working for free for many years was actually just me. I always paid my staff. As I said, I found this other company, the publishing house, and I paid myself there my salary. And because my company wasn't doing well in the first years and it was very hard to get it started, I wasn't paying myself anything. It just started a year ago. So I never not paid
anybody.
Anybody, yeah.
But coming to the pricing question, how the whole system.
Interns.
Even the interns, okay. Somebody told me the wrong things, or I understood it wrongly. How are you doing to keep prices in your store more accessible?
Well,
because we know often in the Bio supermarket, etc., prices are higher than in other supermarkets. So generally, talking about your price level, how do you manage?
So if we compare organic food with, we only sell organic. If we only compare it to the organic supermarkets, we are about the same or sometimes even cheaper. This is why, because things like nuts and spices, which we buy in bulk, is just cheaper than it's packaged by some crazy brand. So we can even sometimes keep up with the own brand products from organic supermarkets, which is pretty good. But some things are just more expensive, because organic is more expensive because the people are often fairly paid and we take care of our environment. But every time you buy something conventional, you have to be sure, you actually have to know that you're not paying the price now, but one of us or some of us will have to pay it later. The environment or our children.
There are many more very specific questions to your business. I want to keep them for the corner when you are talking to the people. But there's one question. How can I build my career more sustainably? What kind of advice do you have to the people in the room? Because I think that's a very big and a very important question.
So first is I'll be offering a first time an English-speaking internship right now. Because I published a book 2 years ago about the sustainable zero waste life, and we're going to kickstart it. So yeah, internships is open. Check our website. Right here. But the second is, if you wanna don't work with me but with somebody else, or start your own business, is ask the question: when I'm old, when I'm a really old lady or man, and I will look back at my life, will I be satisfied what I have achieved and how I lived? And have I tried to make the world a better place? And then you can ask yourself, with everything you do, this question, then you'll find the right job, because then you'll know that with the thing I'm doing right now, I'm trying to make it better.
Thank you, Milena. Okay, see you in the corner later. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have 3 more speakers to come, and I'm now looking forward to Marco Vollmer. In September, just a figure, in September 2015, when you remember the Paris Climate Agreement, there were not only signed all these goals that we see in the back, there have been some 169 targets. A lot of them have a deadline by 2030. 21 expire this year or have no explicit deadline, and 12 targets are integrating elements of biodiversity targets. That's now the bridge to Marco Vollmer, because he's the Executive Director's Communications at the WWF, which is the World Wildlife Fund here in Germany. His work includes press and public relations, educational work, campaigning, and very important social media at WWF Germany. He has a very long background in political communication and as a journalist at Deutsche Welle and other public media sources. So I'm very happy to have him here. Where are you? There are you. Marco, the floor is yours.
Hi there. Thank you for that warm introduction. I'm here and I've listening quite carefully what Milena said, and I totally agree with her by saying, yes, everybody can contribute to a change, which we are obviously needing, but it's not only us. This is my first message. We need, as I think, as it has been already said, we need the political framework, and we need also companies. So these are two major parts. Without them, from my personal opinion, there is no way to solve these problems which we are facing at the moment. Just to start with me, I'm 1.89 meters. I have 3 kids, and I was very impressed by the introductory speech of Andreas, but one thing I really have to, I have a completely different opinion. To become and to have kids is not at all unsustainably at all. It is more or less the way I think we can move forward, we can have progress by having kids, by growing, by letting kids grow. So I'm very proud, and this is my wealth. I'm also not a rich person, but my wealth are my kids and my fabulous wife. Just to have said that, so that I can be proud tonight when I'm telling them. This is WWF. It is not the World Wrestling Foundation. It is the Worldwide Fund for Nature, as it has been said. Just some figures, I'm not getting through this. We are a network of more than 100 offices worldwide, and we're trying, as it has been said, we're trying to protect nature, to protect biodiversity, and also to protect or to work for to defend climate change and to work against the heat of our planet. This is better than me to explain what we're doing. sorry, I stop here because it's done 1 minute 40 seconds, and I just have seen that I had a mispronunciation. We want not to defend, we want to fight climate change, and we want to fight global warming. So this is the right word for it. We just published a study, Climate, Nature, and Our 1.5 degree future. This is brand new. You find it on our website and on others. It is really valuable to get an idea of it because it sums up the IPBES, the ICC and report. So we have a good scientific base that global warming is really going on, and all these deniers, and also again Andreas said, Mr. how you call him, Mr. Fake News, all these deniers of global warming or climate change, they are from a scientific base, what we all know here, they are completely wrong. What are we doing? Because WWF has already been mentioned, we do work together with companies. Although we know that they are not perfect, although we know that no one of us is perfect, but as I have said, we think that companies, as well as the political sphere, as well as the political room, is absolute crucial for having change and for trying to change things. We are working on these these are 6 pillars. Forest, oceans, water, species, climate, energy, and food. And we're trying to support companies. And how are we doing this? We trying to, on the first way, we trying really to understand what the goals of these companies are who wants to work together, who wants to collaborate with WWF. We're trying to transform them. And I was asked to give you some more information about how we do this work, how we're trying to transform businesses in a more sustainable way. And I would say my first advice here is, because you maybe are working for companies later when you after business school and all these things, we think first of all, and this is also a message we're always sending, from here to 10 years later, no business will sell anything, not B2B, not B2C, when you don't give a good consciousness to your consumers, to your clients, etc. You need. We're getting more and more aware that we want to feel good by consuming things, and so every business, every company has to think about like how they can answer to that need, to that demand of their customers. And so this is the first thing we say. You should think about, when you want to sell products in the future, how can you make them more sustainable? It is in your interest. It is not in the interest of nature also, but this is usually not the main or not the first thing a businessman or companies are thinking. They have other schemes, other scorecards they are working on, and our goal is, and our hope is that we bring sustainability in their own interest, yeah. That we transfer it into their own interest, because then it works. It is that easy. Then it works. I have one example, and this is my. Then I have one last slide afterwards with the 3 theses I was asked to give you. This is Edeka, one of the biggest retailers in Germany. We are working with them now for more than 10 years. And you have no idea what was going on within WWF when we started this, because how can we go together, or how can we work together with a retailer? Yeah, they are known for they are not good to their employees. They are trying to put down costs for every product, etc., etc. At the end, we decided to collaborate with them for 2 reasons. First reason. They have contact to a lot of suppliers, and when they only buy a sustainable product, suppliers will change. It's that easy. because they only want, and we started with sustainable wild fish, to change Edeka, and we changed them by saying, okay, you only can use MSC, Marine Stewardship Council fish products. And when they only ask their suppliers for MSC products, every supplier will only provide and offer MSC products. It is that easy. Like we increased the figure of MSC products in the German fish market from 20 to up to 75, 80, some say 85% within the last 10 years. This is impact, for my personal opinion, and I had nothing to do with it, so I can be proud of it because it wasn't my thing. This is that easy. You know, you have to change the supply chain when you want to make businesses more sustainable. Secondly, they are reaching reaching 12 million customers every day. Second thing, this is us. And as it has been said already, we also have a vote. Not only politically, we have a vote by deciding which products we use. And my personal opinion is we shouldn't have this bad conscience when we are not perfect. I'm not a vegetarian. But I'm eating less meat than years ago. I'm more conscious about what I'm doing, and I think this is the right way to deal with it. Otherwise, we are only in bad mood, and I couldn't get up in the morning. You know, when I always thinking, okay, oh God, come on again. This, we need to find a way, and this is my personal thing. It's not WWF policy, but everybody needs to get his own way of how he can live, so that he is happy by what he's doing. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. So here, with the 12 million customers, we have really a potential audience which we can reach, which is immense. And these are the two reasons why we decided, yes, we are going on this way, we are going on this journey with Edeka, and step by step, we are changing them. Maybe not enough. There might be criticisms, they are not enough, and you are greenwashing Edeka. I'm on the opposite side of thinking, and by knowing what they're doing behind the scenes, and it is absolutely true that there is no black and white. You know, we have this discussion in Germany with the plastic bag via the paper bag. When you use the paper bag of Edeka or Rewe once, it is from the eco-balance sheet, it is not more sustainable than the plastic bag. It is weird, but it is like this. So we need really to get deeper, to dive deeper in these things. Otherwise, we won't change the system, because it is not that easy as it sometimes seems. Last thing, these are my three theses on ahead of this. What and how could we transform businesses? You need to develop common goals, and you need to find goals which are also matching with the company goals. It doesn't make sense to give them goals they never can achieve, you know? And this is always a journey. Define activity, steps, blah, blah, blah. This you all know from the business school, you know, milestones, etc. Sustainable use of resources is key. We already heard it. Circular economy is one factor here, not the only one. But we think when we want to use the resources our planet provides, we need to be more on a circular mode, much more than we are nowadays. And this is my personal task, as I'm the Executive Director of Communications and Campaigning at WWF here in Germany. Yes, the awareness is rising, right? But awareness is rising, acting not. Yeah, it is also, this is what we always get from Edeka, when you increase pricing for sustainable products, it wouldn't work that much. It is like this. We can criticize that, but consumers are like this, and so we need to increase the awareness that a sustainable way of life is much better for us, for our kids, and maybe our uncle kids, our grandkids. So and then it would work. So my mission is we shouldn't give up. There is a way. We can change. We can make a difference. And Fridays for Future is great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. You're a bit over time, therefore we can't drop so many questions, but I start in the beginning. You have a lot of questions of how do you avoid greenwashing? How do you filter the companies? Really, is there anything more to say than the MSC label for fish? Any other preconditional?
The honest question is, I cannot avoid it. Some will always see what we're doing as greenwashing. You know, they think when you are pure ecologist, activist for at least, then you say, how can you cooperate with our enemies in a way? You know, we are not cooperating with the real enemies. We are not cooperating with McDonald's, for example. We are not cooperating with others. But at the end, when you don't change these big, very influential thrivers, and this is a dilemmata. I think Andreas spoke about this dilemmata. You won't change. But I always would say, you cannot change the world within one day. It needs to be done step by step by step. And it takes long, and we are all impatient, but we need to have the time, and otherwise, I take the criticism that some see us as a greenwashing organization, which is not true. So to say, but I accept it because we have a free opinion world, like we're living in a democracy. Thank God.
Do you cooperate with the Australian government?
No.
In this situation?
No, because, and we are criticizing them very hard. I give you another example, which is on the political, which is maybe on the political thing interesting. We are also in China. We are not forbidden in China. NGOs are usually not licensed there, but we are. So we have, in a way, an agreement signed, not to be very nice to the Chinese government, but we are an NGO and we are a licensed NGO there. They have some things when it comes to ban of ivory products. Yeah, they had a ban of ivory products, and then they weakened it. And what we did at this point, because when they weaken the ban of ivory, more ivory products will be produced and more elephants will be killed. This is the line. Or rhino horn things will be produced. So when they weakened the ban, we came behind the scenes to the government and said, this would have the consequence this and this and this. Behind the scenes, not loudly offensively in the media, via media. We did it in a so to say background talk. And by arguing that if you stay with that decision to have banned, to weaken the ban, then we need to act in a way that we make still clear in our background talk. And that at the end change and switch the decision that they stay by the ban, because they're taking WWF as a serious organization, and at the end they listen to us because they're dealing with us on an eye-to-eye level, and they don't think that we as an organization and NGO that we want to fight them all the time, because it's maybe a cultural thing, I don't know, but you know, you need to, when you want to reach and to achieve goals, it is sometimes the other way, which is the more efficient one than we all think.
One very quick last question, the rest for the corner. Veganism. Do you endorse veganism as a means to cure and nurture wildlife?
Yes,
as an organization?
Endorse a good question. We accept veganism. We think it is very, very sustainable. Yes, we do. It's not my favorite way of life and dish, not at all. And I think for me it's too extreme in a way. I think the variety of things is more my way of life, you know, to consume them. But at the end, veganism, we see it is rising. It is an increasing. It's more than a trend. It is a way of life, which is good, and we support it. We are happy that we have these very conscious people who are thinking about what they consume and not.
All the other consciousness and the questions for later. Thank you very much, Marco. Thank you very much for your really, it's fascinating to read all your questions. I apologize for not dropping them all, but we'll have time to share later. I'm now handing over the stage to Lucia De Carlo. She is the head of division for cooperation with the private sector, so we are coming back to the subject, and for sustainable economic policy at the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. The stage is yours.
Yes, hello all together. The Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, together with the Ministry for Environment, is responsible to coordinate the Sustainable Development Goals internationally. And from this experience, we put the cooperation with the private sector as one of our main activities, one of our main projects. Why did we do this? Because we think that the cooperation between the public sector and the private sector is very rewarding when we want to reach the SDGs quickly and thoroughly. Why is this the case? Because I think the public sector can bring in strength, which will be good for the businesses and vice versa. We as the public sector, we can bring in as our strength that we have a network to other governments and also to international organizations, and that we can put frameworks to work and standards. This has been also mentioned by other speakers today. And we have convening power. We can bring different actors to a table to talk together and to tackle certain problems regarding the SDGs. On the other hand, we have the business part. You have innovation, technology, and business models. With them, you can reach the SDG goals immediately. You can implement them very quickly. And if we put together these strengths, I think we can proceed and go forward. Just to give you an example, maybe you have heard about the green button, grüner Knopf. We started with it a few months, years ago. It's about sustainable textiles. You also mentioned it. It's a really important point. And we have now 30 companies who are taking part in the Green Button initiative. What does this mean, Green Button? It means that we have a state seal which is attached to your pullover, to your trousers. You can immediately, as consumers, see that this piece of textile is produced sustainably. We have 46 standards, environmental, social standards, which has to be adhered. And we have really big retail companies who are taking part in it. For example, we have Chibo, we have Aldi, we have Lidl, we have Kaufland, we have Edeka. And we have got also small companies like VD, maybe you know it, it's towards sports, and Trigema. So this is one example how we work together with businesses to reach the SDGs. Just to give you another example, we are really big in textiles. We have Alliance for Textiles. About 100 companies are taking part in it, and it's about making global value chains more sustainable towards environment, towards social aspects, towards human rights. And this covers now 50% of the retail market in Germany. So it's quite a bit what we are doing there. Now a second point. I have talked about the cooperation between private and public sector. For the transformation of businesses towards the SDG goals, in my opinion and from my experience, it's also very good to have multi-stakeholder partnerships. This goes beyond a cooperation between public and private. This includes also NGOs like WWF, but like we have heard. This includes also science, this includes also standardization bodies, because if you have a multi-stakeholder platform, you can exchange your experiences. So if you are a business, you don't have to start from the beginning and to test all yourself through, but you can also share you can share the knowledge from the others and bring your transformation quicker to work. Also for this, an example, we have initiated the Alliance for Development and Climate. We have now about 450 organizations taking part in it, and about 200 companies. The target is to be carbon-free, and what we are doing there, we try to sell certificates between the actors, like you can buy as a business a certificate from Atmosphere, probably you know Atmosphere, and from this money you are getting there, we implement projects, for example, in developed countries. For example, there are solar panels sold or solar cookers that reduces the emission in the partner countries. And the households, they can also solve by using these solar cookers, for example. These are, in my opinion and in our opinion, two approaches which are very rewardable and which will bring us quicker towards the SDGs.
We have some interesting question here. Let us start with a tax question. I don't know if you can answer it. Does the German government have tax benefits for encouraging more green businesses? And if yes, how investors have reacted to those?
No, from our side, not.
From you, of course, your ministry not. But do you know if the financial ministry, Ministry for Finance, does have any tax packages for?
No, not yet.
Not yet. There is another question of how the ministry evaluates itself, be it your ministry or other ministries related, for example, to their own sustainability and carbon footprint and the multidisciplinarity of SDGs.
Yes. I can talk for my ministry. We are now CO2 neutral with the beginning of this year, so we will want to be a good example also for the other organizations, and we have implemented it.
Do you still eat meat in the canteen? No, that's a cool question for me.
This is a good question. We have meat in the canteen, but we have a guideline for our food services for events and so on, and there we don't serve meat. It's vegetarian, and it's all sustainable. So the products we offer there are sustainable. And we offer also only tap water in the ministry, and not other bottled water.
No
to
bottles?
Be also no bottles to be sustainable.
No soft drinks.
No soft drinks. No, and it's sometimes yes, but for the normal guide, the guideline is if you have a meeting in the ministry, you get tapped water because it's more sustainable
and more healthy. Yeah. One question to the 1.5 degrees. We have a target. And we have a target, for example, of 65% of renewable energy by 2030. And we know that with the electric cars that are supported by the ministry and the German government, we will be beyond, much beyond the figures we would wish to see. What is your assumption of where do we land 2030 with the policies in place?
We are fighting for it that we reach this goal. But we need to cooperate all together. This is what I said. It's the public sector, it's clear, but also the private sector, because the private sector has a lot of capability to proceed also towards the SDGs, and we try to bring this together to work.
There are many more questions that are specific also to the textile subject, etc. We leave that for the corner when people meet with you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Lucia. And we have a great, I haven't heard her speaking, but I think she's also a very great speaker. It's Clémentine Robert. She's the president of Oikos International. That is a student-led non-profit organization for sustainability in economics and management. It was founded in 1987 in Switzerland. So she came all the way today by bus because she really says, I try to, how do you say, walk the talk about sustainability. So we are very keen on knowing more about what do you do as students and what does your organization do to save the world. Clémentine.
Thank you. So yeah, I'm not perfect at all, and I'm thus very tired because it was a bus night. So that's why I have my small notes, and I will look at them a little bit. And I'm very happy not to be the smallest one today. It's very rare. I'm 158. So I got bitten. I would like also to say hi to the people online, and I think it's very important to use the technology as well, and it's something we're using within Oikos, and how technology and innovation is transforming the way we work within organizations and companies. And Oikos, as an organization, we use that as a lab to try different ways of working in an international context. That put aside, I would like to thank the organizers to think of students to come here and have a voice and talk in that discussion to talk about not only sustainable innovation, but also about partnerships and business transformation. And I will show a little bit how and why students should always collaborate with stakeholders, being educational, governmental, corporate, non-for-profit, to bring systemic change. And that's also what Milena said a bit earlier. It's about bringing that systemic change in many different ways, in many different sectors. So before I answer that question, I would like to just mention who we are and what we do. So Oikos is a 33-year-old now organization, so a little bit older than most of us here. We were created in Switzerland in a business school, and now we have about 45 chapters all over the world on 4 different continents, and with about 1,000 students per year joining Oikos, so many alumni as well. And our vision is quite simple, is to make economics and management education purposed for a sustainable world. And the question is how we try to do that. We try to do that by empowering student change agents, by empowering students to become change agents, and by also raising awareness on sustainability, opportunities and challenges, and by building institutional curriculum reform. So there are 3 main pillars. Basically, in practice, what does that mean? It means that we want to embed sustainability in academia worldwide, and also by doing so, from there, we want to bring that into day-to-day business, government, and personal activities. So we believe that an in-depth change in the higher education system has a long-term effect on transforming businesses and also society. We are very conscious, though, that we cannot do that by ourselves. We are students, we have a lot of willingness to transform the world, but we cannot just do that in our own corner. We have to involve everyone with us. And that's why the SDG 17 on partnership is really key to us. And we say that 1 + 1 = 3, because financial and non-financial partnerships at all levels, being local or regional or international, are really what matters to make sure that in this very fast world in which we're living in, we can make further in-depth and fast changes. So to do that and to prove it, that is really what we think that we need to do. In 2019, we had our main event last November, so it's very recent, on partnerships as well. And it was called Acting Together for Sustainability. So we had one day on sustainability for the sustainable world, which is great. We had companies, we had NGOs coming, etc. And the second day was more focusing on the education, partnerships for changing economics and management education. Basically, we work locally and internationally with non-for-profit, private and public sectors, and we encourage all our students to do the same, to do that at their local level. Whatever they do, whatever their projects. We also encourage them to do that, to partner between each other chapters, because then they get different perspectives to bring in their projects, and they are more aware of the different realities and also the consequences of a decision when they'll be later on working in an organization might affect differently the different local context and organizations in different countries. So it's very important for us to raise that awareness. And then I would like to talk a little bit about one current project that we're doing at the moment. It's called the Positive Impact Rating. You might have heard about it because it's an international project that we've been working on for the past 2 years with Oikos, but also UN Global Compact, UN Principles for Responsible Management Education, with Mission Possible Foundation, with WWF, with Oxfam. So you can see many different stakeholders here. And the goal of this is to not have the business school the best in the world, but to have them the best for the world. And that changes a lot in terms of paradigm, how we think about business schools and what are their role. And so I guess since we're in a business school, it was important to mention it. And it's something that many business schools run the past few weeks, and then the results will be showcased at the World Economic Forum with many ranking organizations coming to see this new approach, because it's a student-based approach with also a very subjective perspective from the students on how their business schools are doing in terms of positive impact on them, on their career, and on society in general. So this being said, I think in 2019, you've all seen there has been like this huge, massive demonstrations for the students to go out and to really say publicly that something needs to change. And now you can see, or I hope that in 2020 you will see that the students will really take ownership of that change. So what I engage you, since there are many students here in the room, and maybe online as well, what I engage you is to really try to be an actor of the change you want to see. And there are many ways to do so. You can join an organization. You can also engage a discussion with your professors. You can choose accordingly your internship. You can also, when you're writing your thesis, embed sustainability into your thesis, whatever your topic. So whenever you're going to work in the field you have chosen, you will know already about sustainable and sustainability challenges and maybe opportunities in that field as well. So it's very important that you take ownership of this as a student. All the actions you're going to have now will have an effect on transforming businesses, because you are customers. You will be tomorrow employees of those companies, potentially the leaders of those companies. So be very aware of the power you can have, and feel free also to go to, I forgot to say, to Milena's shops. That's a way to act concretely and to make a change. To conclude this presentation, I think there is not much time left. I think the business transformation starts really right here in the higher education institutions and right now with you students. And that can happen only if you do all this with different partners from different sectors. So please keep that in mind and go out there and make the change happen.
Clémentine. Just two questions before spreading out. The first question is, do you think that business schools are part of the problem or part of the solution?
they can be both. It depends how business schools are teaching and really bringing sustainability in their core curriculum, and not just as an elective only people interested in will choose. It's really important that they embed that in their core of who they are. And so then if, Milena said it also, if the business school can make sure that students are questioning themselves and their actions, and then later on the same thing in the organizations they're going to work in, then they will do a great job.
Are you really positive that it's possible to create a systemic change? As we know, our economic system is prevailing the things that cause the problems. So do you really think it's possible?
I think it's difficult, for sure. But I don't think it's completely impossible. It depends really on I think the education system has more power than what we give it to. Because that's especially the higher education system. It's when you're building yourself as a person, personally, and also your career. And if you can bring a change here, very in depth, and long-term, because with the partnerships that you're building, you can really have those long-term changes within institutions, because students are moving and changing all the time, but professors are staying, potentially deans are staying as well.
But they can change.
But they can change
as
also.
we see.
Sure. So yeah, so I think it's possible, but it's really, really hard though.
Okay, so going into depth in the question of partnerships and what is the big, in one word, what is the biggest challenge to create a sustainable partnership? From your perspective at Oikos, what is the biggest nut to crack in creating sustainability? Meeting expectations, finding the right language. So what is the key?
The SDG helped us a lot with this, to have the common language, because we can understand each other better between the different stakeholders. But I think it's, understanding each other and making sure we have the same understanding at the beginning of where we want to go and how we can achieve that together.
So if you now want to spread out, I quickly explain what we are planning to do. We have 5 Metaplanwände, 5 walls to write something on, but we are 6 groups. What I kindly invite you now is to follow the person you want to go deeper in order to ask questions to them personally, or you want to create a group, small groups with each other, 2 people, 3 people, 4 people, 5 people, you decide, to a related subject. So we will be starting with Eva, let's say here. So the first speaker and the group, if you want to talk with Eva and the people who are interested in the question of sustainable cosmetics and nature, Eva will start here. We will not have John because he had to leave, but we will have Axel Bachmann here from Coca-Cola to join at the right side of this Metaplanwand. We'll have Milena at the other side if you want to go into the Supermarkt Original Unverpackt questions and go into depth with your other students in the discussion. We will have Marco over there from WWF, Lucia in the very back, and Clementine behind the stairs over there. We'll give you, like, let's say, a quarter of an hour, and afterwards we have a pause. A quarter of an hour to discuss together what was interesting for you, what was relevant from your perspectives, and what are the key questions that are still arising now when you go into depth of the various topics. And I want to ask you, in a quarter of an hour, to drop your question in your mini group and put it on this little piece of paper that you have there. We have little pens over there, and put it on the walls. And we will then, at the end, in the last 5 minutes, try to prioritize the questions that we will bring back to the panel. So, but between your work now in the discussion groups and the panel, we have a 30-minute coffee pause. I think that's a good idea to stay sustainably upright today and awake. Okay, so please spread out wherever you want to work to. Thank you so much till now, and see you later. sorry to interrupt you just quickly. We now have 30 more minutes for a coffee pause, and I would ask in every group to have one person to reflect quickly on what was interesting you talked about later when we had the panel. And if you have some questions that you want to go deeper into, please leave them at these walls. So please define one person to reflect and put your questions on the wall before you go for coffee. And we start with the panel at 4. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Can we have you back here in front of the podium? Would you please grab your drinks and come back to your seats? We would start in a minute. We have our great, now next speaker speaking from Tunis with a great story to share. So please come back. Thank you. Ach so, darf ich den gerade? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming back to the middle of the room. I think it's a very good idea to stay, not only because I'm focusing now with my eyes Kilian Kleinschmidt, who will talk in 25 minutes. I think it's absolutely fascinating to have him here to talk about the incredible change he made on a scaling level, talking managing refugee camps, etc. So we will hear something from him about how to connect and to really create and foster partnerships later. But now I would be very happy to collect all our speakers from the early afternoon here. And we would like to hear from you, from one speaker in each group, just very condensed. What was the most interesting takeaway from your discussions in the group? And then we drop the questions. So Eva, John is not here anymore. Axel is here. Milena, I'm sorry, had to leave due to her baby, because they have shared responsibility, her boyfriend and her. Please, yeah, Clémentine. Marco, yes. Who wants first? I would just really very, very quickly have one to start in your group in front of the walls. Thank you, Lucia. Who wants to summarize what was really interesting to discuss about? Anybody? From your various groups at the walls, please. I know you identified some persons. Please, come here and please turn around and tell us who you are.
Hello. Yeah, I'm Tim. I'm not going to be at the wall, but just going to summarize what happened with WWF and Marco. And I think also for me personally, it's really interesting organization because it really touches a lot of topics in the topics that we talked about. For example, we ended with, of course, the topic of flying and how does WWF do it. And they do less flying, no more flying in Germany, but they also say we still have to fly to the nature places to see it. So there is this paradox in there. And also, for example, they say disruption not only has to take place in business organizations, but also in environmental organizations. So they're very open to new techniques like agile, new work, and even using AI in camera traps, for camera traps. So a lot were shown that businesses were struggling about, also NGOs are thinking about.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Great. And we come to the questions later. Thank you very much. Anybody else who wants to mirror, just very quickly, what was discussed at L'Oréal or wherever, or with Milena, or so, what was interesting? Any other takeaway? Not really. Yes, please, come to the front. We try to grab you with a camera.
Hello, everybody. My name is Antoine. I was discussing with Clémentine from Oikos International, and we discussed a lot about the positive impact rating system that Oikos Berlin is Oikos International is implementing, and we figured out that this system has a lot of benefits for the schools, because schools will be able then to improve the way they are embedding sustainability in their everyday life, and also for students, because it might be another decision-making tool for students whenever they are selecting their schools. So we were quite on the same path, saying that integrated reporting must be everywhere, and not only for finance, but also for school assessments and other company assessments. And hope that this project is going to be like a long-lasting project, and looking forward to see the presentation on the World Economic Forum at the end of the month. So thank you.
Antoine, thank you very much. Before we hear some other glimpses from the other groups, I want to derive a question from that. It's an open question to all of you. We talked about the responsibility of students already. Like Milena would say, act every day and do something. What do you wish or expect from the people in the room, how we should, or you should contribute to changing the educational system further? I'm not only talking about the ESCP, but in general, do you see a bottom-up power that is very, very strong, maybe backed up by Fridays for Future? How do you see the situation just now, 2020? Open question. One chance.
Yeah, I can stay just here. I see it that there is bottom-up power more and more with actually Friday for Future, but other student organizations doing a lot of things to really bring that up in the schools. However, and the schools listening more and more to the students, by the way, and also corporations, businesses listening more and more to students as well. What happened last year is a major change for us as students to really be credible and understood by the other stakeholders out there. And however, there is still the top to bottom approach with, as I said, with what works, what has the most influence on the business schools at the moment still, even though the students are the ones paying to be part of it, it's mainly the accreditation systems and the ranking. They want to be well ranked globally, etc. So, and that's very top.
Do you think we need a ranking for universities in the future, which is a kind of, I don't call it an SDG ranking, but a ranking that is related to the question of addressing sustainability as an incremental subject in all, whatever your topic is?
So that would, yes and no. Yes, it would be great, and that's what we're trying to do with positive impact rating. And no, because it should be there in all the different rankings. It should be embedded in all the different rankings. It should not be something we add on.
I understand.
But it could be a layer, you know, like also e-commerce platforms do have it. When you're looking for a place for business school, wherever, you look for like what is the ranking in academics, maybe what is the ranking in business performance or whatever, and there should be also a layer how sustainable, how many lectures are dealing with that issue, etc. pp. And this is what I also said in my thing. If I may add one more side here, I think it is so important that especially here when it comes to business schools where we have really top brains from all over, that we all see that economies are changing. What do I mean by this? It is not anymore only EBITDA or other figures, economic figures, who are important. There are also figures like CO2 emissions, others who should be involved, and they are coming up more and more. We are dealing at WWF also with the financial sector. We're working with banks, with funds, because they all have to, because European-wide legislation is come up in 2 years. So they are trying all to prepare how can they do their products more sustainable. And so what do they need? They need criteria about sustainability, etc., etc. And this needs to be spread all over the curricula.
I think curricula.
Curricula, Entschuldigung, curricula. I had it for 6 years.
Me too.
But it's a long
Didn't work
time.
out.
It needs to be into these curricula so that really people get to think about, and especially people who are used to think in business and economic figures. This is my point. And therefore it's so important that we bring this message, and I'm so happy that we have an event like this,
and
where
we
we're
will
all
talk
talking
about
about
sustainable
it. Right,
financing
exactly.
and investments in a minute, in like 40 minutes.
And
please.
If I may add, this will certainly be the kind, just because the matter of fact, companies are rated regarding also their sustainability performance, and of course this will happen for universities and ESCP as well. And the other thing, which I always tell students from ESCP when we have workshops there, is don't think that sustainability is something that is only part of your job when you're in the sustainability department of a company. It will be your job if you're in the finance, supply chain, HR, or any department as well. So don't think I don't have to care if it's not my job title.
Eva.
And I would like to add on from a L'Oreal experience, when we have interns, and we have a huge crowd of interns coming every year, we expect them to push sustainability further. There's, for example, a Sharing Beauty with All WhatsApp group. They have ideas, and we do work paperless, for example. There's no one allowed to bring any printouts in meeting. Everything is just shared on the wall. Or we have now the company bikes, the e-bike program, or we do have e-charger, all these kind of things, suggestions that go back and how we can make things more sustainable. And this is what we really expect. And we need to change. And I totally agree with what you say. To be a company that is well rated, or a company that is a great employee, you just have to keep it all up, and you need to you need to see little things, and it might be an intern taking, the initiative and saying, I do this cardboard box for a gift with purchase or whatever, a product. And no, I do it with 100% grass paper, and I do it this new way, even though it's a bit more expensive, pushing through the ideas, being and thinking more sustainable. And I totally agree, it's not just in the sustainability department, but it's everyone is concerned. Everyone can do a little, can make the little difference and coming up with new ideas.
That brings me to one of your, you wanted to add something?
Me? Just, I'm gonna say something that can be a bit bizarre.
Please, please, very welcome.
But the end goal of our organization, so our chapters are doing great job everywhere. For example, here in ESCP Berlin, they are doing great job, etc. But the end goal of ESCP is to not exist anymore.
Yeah, sure, sure.
And it's
every
something
sustainability department should make
not
itself
exist. A sustainability department should not exist. It should be everywhere, embedded, and that's why we use this word embedded, because it should be at the core of everything. And yeah, so we wish for our disappearation. Soon, but I don't see that coming so soon, though.
That brings me to one of your questions at the World. There is the question of what to make voluntarily and what to make mandatory. The question of how far do you believe in democratic change, because time is burning. That is what Milena says. She said, I'm an activist because our planet is in hell, not only in Australia, so we have to act fast. Where do we need more regulation? Where do we need other laws, and where can we still believe in that we can create the change together? So what is your stake on that? Which is a systematic question.
I may start. We talked about the DPG system in Germany, which is a perfect example, in my perception, on how regulation and also execution via industry has to be combined. So, because everyone is talking about littering, where in the world is littering allowed? So a law only against littering wouldn't help, because people litter because it's convenient for them, even if they know it's forbidden. So therefore, we need additional measures and activities to reduce the opportunities to litter and to also educate people, because laws by themselves don't help. Just because, I heard it at the German Sustainability Award last year, where the creator of the 17 goals said we forgot the 18th goal, which is behavior change. And this is something we all have to work on. And to leave that to the politicians alone, please change the behavior of your population, I'm very skeptical.
But just taking the littering subject, there was just an article in the Zeit magazine how complex, incredibly complex the subject of litter is.
Absolutely.
We used to export all the litter to China. They don't want the bad litter anymore. So it's real, we have a global problem, but now we use to tend to make Germany clean. So that is a kind of, isn't that a slippery slope? Because the planet doesn't care if the problem is caused here or there. So how can we create a global partnership?
I think, and that would have been my answer, on an international level, legislation is very difficult to achieve or to improve in a way, because, and I'm more a supporter of incentivize good doing, because
by what?
By what? We have certain models when we trying to figure out what are the interests of villagers in Africa or in Asia, for example. What could we give them so that they protect the animals, because animals have a value, and not because they say we have to, we need to eat, we need to educate our people, we need to have to earn money, and then we say, okay, when you do so, we're starting by certain things, you know, you're getting money for certain things, and then you get into a dialogue, and so it is even like, this is my personal experience, like when you get win-win situations, it's always better than to tell people with a law, you have to do so, you have to do, you don't so. But on a German level, it is not working without legislation. This is also my experience. We need a frame, I always say it's a framework, and in between we can act not like we want to, but there is the space for more or less freedom to act. But you know, on an international thing, I think on an international level, we have to find out what incentivize certain countries, certain groups, certain continents.
Lucia?
Yeah, we also talk about smart mix. It's exactly the combination of voluntary approaches and laws, for example, because sometimes it doesn't work with voluntary approaches, and if you have then an argument that a law will come, maybe the voluntary approaches are faster. We have this now with a question if we should implement a law for value chains. It's part of the coalition paper as well, and this is also a part of it. It's a very strong discussion now about voluntary aspects because we have the law in the background that it may come.
If I may add also one point, would be the cultural background as well is very important, because according to the different countries or the different continents, you will have something that would work better than another. So it's difficult to have international laws or international volunteering programs, because each country has its own traditions and culture and needs to adapt as well to that to have effective results in the end. And we can really see that already with us being just a student organization with the different realities in the different countries and different continents.
Can I bring back the question of the dilemma on the plate? What is the biggest dilemma you are in currently? Shall I drop the question?
No.
Okay.
Or drop to others in
no,
the
they have their own dilemmas. But we all have them. What is your biggest dilemma?
Our biggest dilemma here in Germany, and I again rely on what Andreas said. You know, we had a Friday where we had 1.4 million people, young people, and also elder people on the street. It was in the end of September last year. And we had on the same day not only the shopping Black Friday, but we had also a decision made by our government, and they presented the climate, so to say, climate law, legislation on climate to protect climate change, to protect the climate, which really was the opposite of everything what has been announced during the day, and they were directly in the neighborhood of the meeting, like the Fridays for Future movement and the 1.4 million people. And this was really a point where we said, okay, what now? What needs to be happen additionally more than the politicians, until the politicians understand what the people on the street and what the majority more or less wants to have.
But this is a common dilemma of all of us. That's not a personal dilemma.
But it was so obvious here. This is what really this was a dilemma. What really where we were surprised that it's still that we are so far away from the solution, because there are solutions to solve it.
Any other personal dilemma?
I think there's two dilemmas from a pure production side. One is time. Things take so much longer than you want it to take. Like
to develop into sustainability, or what do you mean?
Switch, if I could switch right now, every single packaging used into 100% recycled and recyclable packaging right now. So yes, we have to push suppliers. Yes, we have to make sure that there's enough material there to really switch everything you want to switch. And then the other thing is the mind change. Like you guys here, you're doing this conference, and young interns come in and speak about it, and we think it's cool to be in a company that works paperless or goes step by step, but there is still so many people out there that as long as it's convenient or littering, you know, whatever, it doesn't suit myself, they just don't have this mindset. Therefore, all this Fridays for Future, everything happening right now, making people think, but then not just think, but also to contribute and to react, to do. This is, I think, the biggest dilemma, and it's true for business, it's true for everything we do.
Personal dilemma is exactly what Andreas said, that you know often enough what you should do and what you're not doing. Traveling to Berlin from my city where I come from.
Where did you come from? By plane?
By plane from Düsseldorf, just to take the economic part, because the flight for and back was about 70 euros. And if I would taken Deutsche Bahn, it would have cost 250 euros.
Yeah, it's a big subject, I know.
And it's also about economic topics when you talk about sustainability. From the company perspective, that's exactly what John said. We are happy when the sun's shining, because when it's hotter, we sell more beverages.
But that's a tricky point, you know? You're sitting on the dilemma because your success is like you sell more.
If we have a hot July.
If we have climate change, and and you're part even of the process. So that is kind of slippery slope.
Yeah, but on the other side, it's just to being aware of it and putting programs to enforce water availability, biodiversity, and also in place to make sure that we counteract against that. But of course, that's a dilemma.
Another, yeah?
One dilemma related to youth. So the organization is all about sustainability and bringing sustainability into academia, day-to-day business, but also personal lives. That's what we are for at Oikos. And the dilemma that we are having at the moment is that the youth, the students at the moment have this pressure on their shoulders that they really need to act and do a lot because things are not moving fast enough. And so they commit, they do more and more, and then at one point they are still students, but they're burnt out already.
Yeah, but Milena, for example, she had a severe burnout, and she was writing her book afterwards. And it's so tricky that a lot of people who want to change the world and save the world are suffering that. There are a lot of Ashoka fellows who do the best social economical work with their entrepreneurship, but they are kind of bleeding.
They're not sustainable for themselves.
What can we do not to fall into that trap?
So there are different ways, that's why Oikos has developed this leadership program at the international level to help students to understand what are their values, what they should contribute in, and what's the maximum limit for them to commit and do the work they have committed to do, because then sometimes you commit and then you cannot deliver. That adds to the burden and the pressure also. And I think each of us can really think of the actions and prioritize maybe a little bit and really understand that if we are not doing good ourselves as a person, then we cannot do a great job out there.
There was
It's
another
difficult.
podium, and somebody said, don't always think about how to do things right. Think first about, and think a lot about, to do the right thing in order to really work like hell on certain ends, and that I took that away as an interesting
It's
thought.
a major issue for companies, I think, coming up.
I end up with a last question for the moment. Coming back to the speed, you said that speed is a dilemma. And talking partnerships and innovation in partnerships, how are you, or what are your tips, how to plan to speed up the sustainability process within the private sector? Is there anything else besides what we already talked about? How to speed up? What can we do? Incentivize, you said, more regulation here. What else? More taking care of yourself. So what else should we talk about in the last 2 minutes in order to speed up?
Setting yourselves higher targets. I think not waiting until it's being regulated and there's a new law, but thinking about what you want to achieve. We saw some targets of Coca-Cola. L'Oreal has the same targets out there, and being a dry company in production and reducing CO, being carbon neutral worldwide. So being higher and being pioneer in this, because it has the effect, you're very attractive, and you create new products that are also good to use, good to buy. You feel better. You all this movement about giving back and being part and doing something. And on the same side, you do business, so it's a win-win situation. And
but that in social media times, we have a lot of shitstorms. If you set a goal and you don't immediately meet up to that goal, or so we have a lot of rumor going on in social media. How do you work with that?
in a very transparent way. You say, I don't know, shampoo bottles are 100% recycled already, but we're working on more. So always be very transparent on what you're doing and that you're not there yet, but already in showing that you're not there yet makes yourself more credible. And they see that you work on it. And you have NGOs you work with, and you look at young guys coming up with great ideas.
I think it's clearly setting ambitious targets also with timelines that are quite measurable, and not waiting for regulation or for possible legislations to come. But also on the other side, what you just said is also true. If we say we want to take back 90% of all the packages we sell until 2030, the first reaction would be, why not 100? So if we say we want to take back 100%, people would say, we don't believe you. So this is the discussion we have. But of course, if it's not ambitious, you will not speed up.
And maybe pushing within the company, like when you are an employee or in a company, pushing your CEO, pushing your senior management team, etc., by asking the right questions. I think this also helps. You know, this is what we're facing in with Fridays for Future. They're asking questions. They're bringing, as we said, they're bringing the issues of climate change on the dinner table in the families. You know, and this could also be done, and it could speed up maybe when we're getting the discussion about these issues within the company, much broader than today.
Last question to you. One or two question examples. With which question would you like to leave us during the next 2 days in the workshops, which we might, or they might ask to themselves? Or amongst you. Is there any question that you think is good to resonate on, to ourselves? If not, I skip the question.
Of course, it's always not to talk what people should do, but what you can do. Make it very personal in your personal ambition on the SDGs.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you. There are many more questions which are specific, etc. I'm sorry that I didn't ask them all, but they are not lost. We will keep them and photograph them. I talked about Kilian. Thank you very much, Kilian. You drove a long way from Tunis and you waited all the time. Yeah, you didn't drive. No, you didn't even swim. He fly, I can say. He flew. How do you say flew? He has working for the UNHCR, for the UN Refugee Agency, for over 25 years in the most challenging conditions in, for example, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Uganda, Congo, Rwanda. And he has run, and I think this is an incredible story. You can watch it up in the net. There was a lot written about him. In the second largest refugee camp in the world, in Zaatari, with inhabiting 150,000 Syrian refugees. He was bringing systematic change to the chaos over there. And he was kind of organizing this whole system as a social system which brings dignity back to the place and to the people who have been living there. You can't bring dignity back, but he was make it possible to let the people blossom their own dignity. And he will now he can talk a lot about a lot of other things. He has started as a cheesemaker, where he made goat cheese, then he was motorcycling through the desert, and then he ended up at this UN branch. And he's now a consultant with Switchboard, and we will hear a lot now from him in a very condensed time about how to create systematic change through connectivity. Kilian Kleinschmidt.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Who would have thought I would be talking to a business school? I've never seen a university from inside. It was made to study. I wrote my first book when I was 4 years old, I guess, because my parents, they were studying of how to teach children how to read and write. Anyway, well, I decided, no, my revolution, my rebellion is against that system. And after the wild 70s, just across that gate here, on the other side of the wall, the wild 70s in Berlin, I set off on a long journey, a journey through, well, the globe, over the globe. And that led me first to a little place somewhere in the Pyrenees in France, depopulated, average age 60 years, no jobs, people leaving, dead. And there were the hippies from Berlin, from northern France, from everywhere, settling and making nice things. We were the dropouts, we were the enemies of the local people. But after 30 years, they eventually adopted us somehow. Anyway, the goats disappeared, the cheese making was a nightmare. I became a roofer, although I'm actually getting dizzy up there. And then after 7 years, I wanted to change my life. I took a motorbike and I went through the Sahara to Mali. And there, yes, I met some aid workers saving the world in northern Mali, somewhere near Timbuktu. And here I was, doing my volunteerism at the time, my qualification being white, male, knowing how to read and write, and building a school because I had been doing something with construction because I had become a roofer. So anyway, So I said, now I'm going to save the world. And so I started looking for jobs and that. I became a stuntman for a little while and so on. Anyway, and then I ended up suddenly being, again, my qualification being white, male, reading, writing, German, and so on, being in Uganda, setting up a vocational training center for people in a post-war zone. Again, that I thought was the right way how to go about solidarity, about charity, the concept of charity, care packages. Here we know that in this city what charity means, what airlifts mean, and so on. And suddenly I was in that world. I met some people in a bar, and this is again something I'm telling to everybody who studies. I mean, diplomas are nice, but socialize, talk to people. So in a bar, I met some people from the United Nations, and I said, we're setting up an airlift for southern Sudan, and I helped them loading planes in Entebbe Airport. Remember, there was a German operation there a long time ago. Entebbe Airport in Uganda, loading planes for southern Sudan. Again, it felt good, doing airlifts, charity, dropping food to poor, starving people somewhere in Africa. Cool. Anyway, and ended up in Sudan myself, in the middle of war, and suddenly the thing began to stink. Dead bodies, war, people killing each other. Guys, it's tough out there. There is another world which is not the Allianz Forum. There is another world out there which is reality. I mean, our reality, your reality is not the reality of 7.5 billion people in the world. Let's be clear about that. Anyway, so that smelling southern Sudan brought me to actually to flee across the border into Kenya, where because we were attacked by the Sudanese army, we had to flee. And here I was setting up my first refugee camp in 1992. So 1980 to 92, a journey which brought me then really full into the United Nations, into refugee work and so on. I stayed 22 years, 2 months, 2 weeks, and 2 days in UNHCR, but also not only doing refugee work, I was working in different contexts in the Western Balkans, Somalia several times. I was there doing Black Hawk Down, these events, which made history somewhat, and I was always in the middle of that. I became a specialist for emergency work, a specialist for this actually dealing with the suffering or responding to the suffering of people, trying to make the little difference. Yes, I can pretend I did save probably a couple of million lives. Yes, because I made decisions, which is something, just to give you that advice, make decisions. Don't sit and reflect and research. You have to make decisions because there is only one way forward, is actually decisiveness. When it's about lives, you cannot hesitate. Okay, so that's about the emotions here. Now, well, I discovered that somehow this whole charity context concept, which is actually a post-Second World War invention, cannot continue to save us. And just, we're sitting and staring at these things. Everybody stares at these things here. Are we conscious, are you conscious about that, that in fact the entire world's aid per year is a ridiculous 200 billion US dollars a year. That's what the world actually spends on fixing this and a lot of other things. 30 billion eventually available for humanitarian aid, for all the earthquakes, volcanoes, refugees, all that, 30 billion a year. Peanuts. So we ain't going to fix the world with aid. And we're not going to fix it if we are 350 people in this room and maybe out of 500 million Europeans, 10 million believe in change. There's 7.5 billion people out there, so something needs to change big way. 4 days ago, I was sitting in southern Tunisia on a dune, staring at the sunset. Believe me, it's unbelievably romantic. It's beautiful. Colors, pictures, we made the most amazing pictures. Having a drink on a dune, staring at the sunset, there's nothing more beautiful. But what was sad was somehow my history repeated itself. That dune had overrun had overrun a village called Safrani in the Sahara in southern Tunisia. It's the advancing desert. People having left the area in search of new perspectives, having migrated elsewhere. That is actually the reality of a place like that one. It's dry, it's getting drier. Tunisia, one of the countries which is incredibly challenged by the climate change. Anyway, here we were sitting and looking at that sunset, and it said, again, the proof is we have to work differently. And what is that difference we need to work on? What is the new way of looking at solidarity and, in fact, transferring what we know already? That is connectivity. We got it all. We have it. If we would put a stop to all innovation and any progress, we have the solutions already. We have the technologies. We have certainly the money. I mean, you are into business. You want to get into business, most of you. The money is not the issue. Technologies are not the issue. Best practice and worst practice, which is important as well, the right to fail, the concept of the fuck up, which is in fact leading a child to learn and walk and think and so on. We have it all. So what is really in fact required is to get that transferred. And it was exactly what we were discussing with our friend, the Bedouin leader, sitting on that dune, staring at the sunset and reflecting on what to be done. He said, I came back to my region. I want to make that desert, yes, I want to make that desert alive. I want to, in fact, learn from what you and others in the world have already acquired. How can we work together to actually defend the habitat, to make it sustainable? So again, here we're talking about transfer of knowledge, transfer of experiences, working together. And here, for instance, a very good example is what SDG is doing in Egypt. A perfect project which has been for the last almost 40 years reviving and revitalizing an arid zone in Egypt. Knowledge transfer. But of course, Rida, that Bedouin leader in Safran, had no idea about that, what they were doing or they are doing for 40 years in Egypt. And again, how did SDG start? Because that was an Egyptian who actually returned from Germany to Egypt, and he brought experience back from Germany. And it's now actually a lot of the connections SDG has with Germany. A lot of that is in fact ending up in what they're producing in our bio shops. And again, I must say for the moment, only for the upper class amongst us. But that is an example. What have we been doing? And that's what the concept of Switchboard of the Innovation and Planning Agency is, which I created 5 years ago, and we have been suffering a lot. It's very difficult to go against the system, trust me. It's really difficult to challenge the system. What we are doing is that connectivity. We are brokers. We're nothing else but brokers. When people ask me, what are you doing? I say, I'm a messenger. I'm a storyteller. I'm going to sit with somebody, with some Bedouin guy on a desert dune, and I'm going to tell him the story of SDG, who's there doing something in Egypt. Or I'm telling the story of somebody doing something in Algeria, or tell about some experiences from Somalia or from Kenya. So that is, in fact, what we do. So we carried out in a very concrete example. So we decided to actually set up our main presence now, moving a bit from Vienna into Tunisia, into Tunis, to cover Northern Africa. What we do there is partnership acceleration. That's what we call it. It's an incubator. It's in fact sort of sucking out the ideas, the opportunities. Don't call it needs. Don't put it in a negative sense. Put it positive, and see who could be the best match. We are the Tinder of aid. And we put in some filter, it could be booking.com or something like that. But that's what we do. So over the last 6 months, we have been training, yes, It's a country in trouble, and again, everybody is meddling in there, and it's becoming worse now that Turkey is getting involved. Everybody is involved, the Russians, everybody. It's Libya. We trained 200 young Libyans in the last 6 months in new skills and technologies. Coding, from 4 months, from zero to job. There's a potential for 1 million jobs in Northern Africa. Coding. 4 months, extreme learning methodologies, and people are fit for job. That's what the industry needs. 40 of them, 40 Libyans coming from all parts of Libya in the middle of war, trained. We trained 100 fishermen. Yes, no gender issues here, only men. We trained 100 men in sustainable fishing because we have been working for the last 2 years of helping Libya to get fish certified again, to have fish exploitation being authorized so that there's business. But if you don't do fishing sustainably, then of course the same mess happens like everywhere else. It's the last coastline in Europe, which is, we could say, underfished for the moment. In the Mediterranean, which is underfished. But so we trained them in sustainable fishing. 100 young Libyans in 5 cities across the lines. There was fighting taking place. Sirte, which has just been taken 2 days ago by General Haftar's forces. We trained 20 people there in sustainable fishing. But they're still there, don't worry. We trained 20 young people in vertical and urban farming. We introduced that. We worked together here between the University of Tripoli and the Vertical Farming Institute in Vienna. That is, again, cooperation. That's working together. And we're now going to get into smaller and also medium-sized aquaponics installations in Libya, but we now also decided to get that into Tunisia because it makes sense. And lastly, we worked on supply chain management because that is about process management and so on. So that is what is in a continent in transformation, in fact, the way forward. In societies in transformation, the way forward. And that leads a little bit to the publicity for the workshop we're doing tomorrow. That's also looking into what are the real challenges of that society in transformation, which is urbanization, which is our challenge. 50% of our 7.5 billion people currently live in the cities. Out of the 10 billion in 2020, in 2050, it will be 75%. So that means we're going to have more than 3 billion people moving into cities, so we better manage that. There's 1 million people moving on the African continent into urban centers every week. That is a challenge. Again, don't tell me we don't have answers to that. But because we don't manage it, it becomes a mess. Lagos, 21 million people. 21 million, and it's growing 1 million people per year. It will be 40 million people. And at the same time, it's drowning. So these are the challenges. That has nothing to do with this here. Let's become real here. Let's become big. Let's become bold. And let's connect that, what we know already. And I count on everybody here to transfer that knowledge you acquire, but don't believe you know everything. Listen and build the supply according to the demand. Don't put the supply on top of the demand, which is the mistake of aid. That is the big problem, because we come, as I did at the time with my motorbike and so on, as the white angels trying to save some little Africans down there. That is not sustainability. That's colonialism. That's imperialism. And lastly, my appeal, again, because it's bloody difficult to be different, we need to put these resources together. So I count on doing everything possible to get the thinking of those who sit on the money out of the box and invest with a little bit more of risk into the initiatives, the ventures which make sense. Because again, as I'm saying, be bold, be big, be blunt, and take risks, that otherwise this world is going to implode. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's your applause. I didn't want to take your applause. The good news is, we see you back again. We are a little over time, but we have a panel later together with Kilian. So I really invite you again to drop your questions on Slido, and we will make them heard later when we come together with you again. We switched the subject a bit. Maybe it's also about risk, but from a very different perspective. We are talking about sustainable investments now. And we have here, I'm very glad that you are here, Sofia Bartholdi. She's a senior analyst at UNPRI, which is an UN organization that puts the SDGs at the very heart of the question how to really organize and foster sustainable investment. So everything else will be said by you now, and the floor is yours. Sofia.
Hello, thank you. I'll just skip here. So my name is Sofia Bartholdi. I work at the Principles for Responsible Investment, which is an investor-led membership organization supported by the UN. And we started in 2006, so we've been existing for 14 years now. But if you think about responsible investing, what is it? You've probably heard impact investing, sustainable investing, socially responsible investing, responsible investing. There are a lot of different words for very similar things. The way that we see responsible investing is the strategy or the approach to incorporate the analysis of environmental, social, and governance issues in your investment approach. So in your investment decision, investment analysis, and active ownership of your assets. And as members of the PRI, you sign up to our 6 principles, as you can read here. They're around incorporating ESG issues in your investment approach, in your active ownership, disclosure, and some other things that are a bit more dry than the previous presentation. But if we think about the financial system overall and the investment chain, because when you talk finance, you can talk corporate investing, you can talk philanthropy, you can talk venture capital, but the way that we work is looking at asset owners. So that could be pension funds, it could be insurance companies, it could be endowment funds. They sit on the top of the investment chain. They're the ones making the investment decisions for you, for pension savers, for insurance clients, and for endowment funds, for example, for universities. They will either invest directly in companies or they will give mandates to investment managers who will then invest in this small portfolio of listed companies in different sectors. And these companies will then have employees and they will have clients. All of this happens in the context of the environment. And when we say ESG factors and incorporating them in the analysis of your investments, it is how does the environment and how do social factors affect these companies. That could be if you're invested in a food producer, how is your supply chain affected by, for example, water scarcity or climate change? Or if you're invested in a clothing company, how do you know if there's child labor in your supply chain? And how will this affect your returns in the long term? What we see with the SDGs, and it's growing a lot, and we can see more and more questions coming from our membership base on what should we do? Are we just mapping? Are we saying, okay, we already invested in a pharmaceutical company, then we adhere to SDG 3 and good health? Or are we asking them to kind of move beyond that and say, how can investors actually influence the outcomes of companies? How can investors work to contribute to the achievement of the SDGs? Because the SDGs are a government framework. They were made by governments. Governments are responsible for them, but it's a multi-stakeholder framework. You need individuals, you need students, you need companies, you need investors to work on them, and you need civil society. And when we talk investors, so investment managers and asset owners, we talk where are their points of influence and where can they, if they want to, contribute to the achievement of the SDGs. And this can either be done through investment decisions. So if you invest in a company that is less negative than another company, when we talk institutional investors, we talk the entire market. So a lot of it will be reducing the negative, and then increasing the positive will we need to provide solutions but with the pollution at the moment, or greenhouse gas emissions, or negative social outcomes through supply chains, this is where our main focus is, on reducing negative outcomes. So you can either do this through investment decisions, or you can do it through engagement with companies. So one example could be that we have, there's an investment manager based in the UK. They have an SDG engagement fund where they target mid-sized companies that have the potential to contribute to solutions to the SDGs, but they might not have thought about it before. So this investor goes in, they invest in the company, they see potential for contributing to solutions, and they start a dialogue with the companies. They say, have you thought about moving to different ways of production? Have you thought about how your supply chain works? Have you thought about partnering up with civil society organizations? And that is one of the ways that you can, as an investor, actually make tangible contributions to the SDGs. And then if you look at, for example, on the individual investor level, a lot of, especially in listed markets, they might have very small shares in companies, so you might not, as an individual investor, have that much leverage. But when we start having more and more investors interested in this, we should start seeing the market move. So if we start seeing the market move towards more sustainable solutions, more sustainable companies, the companies have to start providing more sustainable solutions. So that's kind of our theory of change for moving the investment society into a more sustainable way of investing. I think that is kind of the overview of my presentation, but I'm happy to take some questions.
We don't have questions so far on Slido. I re-invite you, slido.com, SDG 2020 is the code, to put your questions on for the panel. But one very quick question. Would you invite us or infuse us with the idea to put our money, if we had any, our euros, as a student, on an account at a bank which calls itself green? There are some offers, for example, in Germany, where you could, to really, is that a sustainable investment, you would say?
I think that's one way of doing it. So you have different opportunities. I personally have a green bank, and I think that's a very good idea. But the other thing is really, like, it's very unsexy, and especially compared to the previous presentation, but your pension savings.
Oh, God.
Like, if you have a pension saving, or your parents will have one, ask them, what is that invested in? Do you know what your pension is invested in? Have you ever asked your pension company, how do they choose the companies? Chances are you're probably invested in some companies that you might not want to be invested in. You now see a lot of screening of tobacco and cluster bombs, but oil and gas, all of these things, it's a personal choice, and there's a reason why the investors invest in them. But you, as an individual, it's your money. It's your pension, it's your parents' pension, so ask them, write a letter if you want them to do something differently. Chances are they will start having products where you can move your money into a more green or socially responsible fund. But that, I mean...
Needs us, again.
So
Okay.
care about your pension.
Okay, we see you back later on the panel. Thank you very much. And we are now coming to something I said in the very early, not morning, but around noon. Which search engine do we use? Who of you uses Ecosia already? Oh, look, that is, okay, there are quite some people. What does Ecosia do? Ecosia, if you do 50 searches, then Ecosia, and that's the guy responsible over there, will plant a tree. And if you go on ecosia.org just now, I just did it a second ago. Yesterday it was 80 million blah, blah, blah seedlings, and by now it's 80,151,000 seedlings. And more than every second there's one seedling more. It all started, I think, with his passion for computer games, then he became interested in the stock market, and finally in saving the world. So I'm very happy to have here Christian Kroll. He turned this whole business into a foundation not very long time ago, so very, very interested to hear more from you. Christian, good to have you here.
Yeah, hello. Thanks for having me. So I saw a lot of hands going up when the question was asked if you knew Ecosia already. For those of you who don't, here's a quick explanation what we do. So Ecosia basically is a search engine that works like every other search engine. So you type in your search terms, and when you hit the search button, we show you search results. So until then, nothing is different. Next to the search results, we also show advertisements like Google does as well. But now the big difference between us and Google is that we use the revenue that we're generating to actually plant trees. And that's basically a very simple idea, but it has been quite effective. So we're planting trees because trees can massively change the lives of people, of nature, and of course also our climate. So usually when we go into a project area, this is in Burkina Faso, then we really transform a landscape that was not very valuable neither for nature nor for people, and we turn it into a landscape that can provide income for people, that can be a habitat for animals, and that can really provide a lot of resilience as well for the people and also for the whole ecosystem. So that's what we're doing. We are of course also planting trees to solve the climate crisis, and there is enough space on this planet for around 1 trillion trees. So the areas that you see in green on this map are areas where trees can and should be planted. And if we plant those trees, we not only solve a large portion of climate change, but we also really massively address poverty, address the food problem, food crisis, and many, many other problems as well. So I think really planting trees is awesome, and we should plant as many as possible. And you should, of course, all use Ecosia. And now I stopped doing advertisements for my own organization. But yeah, so planting trees is really great. A few numbers about us. We are a Berlin-based company. We have around 25 million in revenue per year. Last year was that. We have 15 million active users at the moment. Are the 391st biggest website on this planet, and we're doing that with a rather small team of 50 people. And last year we had a growth of 180%, so quite a big jump for us. But most importantly, as it was already mentioned, we've already planted over 80 million trees, and this is what we're really proud of. And this is also the number that kind of keeps the organization running. When I say we, this is us, our office in Berlin. As I said, we are 50 people from all over the place, from very, very many different countries. A typical Berlin internet startup with a ping pong table, free breakfast, and computer screens that look like the Matrix. So we have all that, but that's also us. We have thousands of people who are working with us in the tree planting projects, and these are the people that are actually doing the work, and without these people it wouldn't be possible. So, and for me, I'm in this very fortunate position so that I can live between these two different worlds. Every once in a while I get to visit one of our tree planting projects. This is a picture from our last project visit in Indonesia, and I'm sitting on the back of a pickup truck there. And the funny thing about that is that about a minute after that picture was taken, the truck actually was trying to go through a river, and it didn't really make it and was washed away, and we all landed in the water afterwards. So it can be very exciting to be the CEO of a company, of a search engine that plants trees. So connecting these very, very different worlds with each other. But we're not only trying to plant as many trees as possible, we also try to bring systematic change to our world. And that's why, for example, we're building a lot of a lot of renewable energy plants at the moment. So these are solar energy plants that we've built here in Germany, and we're making sure that we're, for example, providing all the energy that is needed to power Ecosia searches with our own renewable energy plants, so that we're not only having a very positive impact on the planet through tree planting, but that we're also not having a negative impact on the planet. Other things that we're also trying to do is basically saving forests that already are standing. Who of you knows about Hambach Forest? The people from Germany here probably know. So it's one of the most beautiful forests in Germany. It's unfortunately situated right next to one of the biggest coal mines in Germany, and the company that's running the coal mine is trying to cut it down in order to expand its operation. And there were a lot of protests going on in Germany about this, and we also thought what it is that we could actually do as a small startup in Berlin, and we realized we could just try to buy the forest. So we actually sent a purchase offer to this multinational energy giant company that's worth various billions of euros. And we offered them to buy basically the forest for the same amount of money that they paid a while ago, plus inflation. Unfortunately, they didn't accept, but still this got a lot of attention from the press and also just the general public. So basically everybody was talking about this, which was good for us because then we had more people using Ecosia, which plants more trees, which is great. But also a lot of people really started asking this question, should this company still be allowed to own this forest? Now, in times of climate change, should a company still be allowed to cut down an ancient forest to produce energy out of coal? So this question really continued being a debate, and the forest is still standing, and I hope it will stand forever. So this is also what we're trying to do. So we're trying to take an active role in society. I wanted to put in one fact. I was wondering why this image was coming back. One nice thing about Ecosia is also this one. This was the presentation effect that I was hoping everybody would be excited about. So that we're not for sale. So we are a purpose company. Jan, who's coming after me, he can tell you a bit more about that. It basically means that Ecosia can never be bought by anybody else, so it's not for sale, but also we're not allowed to take any profits out of the company. And it's also not possible for an external company to ever take over control over the company. So we are an independent, non-profit, for-profit business. We don't really have a good name for that yet, a purpose company. So this is a big important transformation that we did last year, and that also got a lot of attention, and which also allows me to speak about this very often. And now I basically have entrepreneurs or owners of companies coming to me every week or month, and they basically want to give away their company as well, which I think is really great. And I really hope that this system of a purpose company will actually be the answer to some of the problems that we are seeing with turbo capitalism at the moment. So really, I think this could be a very valuable alternative to the existing models that currently hold the power on our planet. So everything is really going great, but you probably know this image, right? Who knows what this is? Just shout it. Come on, say something. Raising temperatures, exactly. So Ecosia is doing great, our planet isn't. If you translate that image into a different kind of graph, our planet is becoming hotter and hotter. I think you all know about that, and we have to act very, very quickly to still prevent the catastrophe. So I'm really happy that now people are actually going on the streets. I think the last year, at least in Germany, was for me the year where people really started waking up. People started being much less tolerant for any kind of delays, and that made me very hopeful. So many times when I went to demonstrations and I saw little kids of that height, I almost had tears in my eyes. So I think that made me very happy, but we need to do more than that. We really need to change the system. And I think this can actually be compared to the last big revolution we had. So that was the French Revolution. We really massively changed how our world was run. And I hope that we can do something similar again, this time hopefully without weapons. I see Ecosia being a contributor and maybe a role model for that kind of change as well. So I used my Photoshop skills to actually edit this a little bit. So I hope that we can be that, and I also hope that a lot of people like you really think about careers that are different than just making money and actually really help making our world a better place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Christian. Just two quick questions. Still looking for your Slido questions. Thank you very much, Christian. Just two quick questions. First is 25 million revenue. How do you generate it? Only by ads?
Only by ads, like Google does, basically.
Okay. Second question. Am I right if I tell that the footprint of web research and web downloading and Netflixing, etc., is like average the global airline CO2 footprint?
Yes, that's
so
correct.
You are kind of adding to that.
Yeah, so if you use Ecosia, then you can more than offset your internet traffic, your internet footprint, definitely.
Aha. Okay, so you reverse it. Okay, any other questions later? Thank you very much. We have a last speaker today, great speaker, Jan Bol. He's the CFO at Ableton. He co-founded the company already in 1999. And this company produces music software and also hardware to create the most amazing music. Just go on Ableton, and I advise you to go on learningmusic.ableton.com. And you can generate your own music within 20 seconds, and you become a DJ. Online, it's incredible. I did it this morning. I was totally fascinated. Jan Bol, good to have you here.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me to this panel. I'm Jan Bol. I'm the founder and CFO of Ableton. And by the way, I'm also of Promo 95, so I'm somehow connected to the university. Let me give you some information about Ableton. So we have 400 people having offices in Berlin, Prenzlauer Berg, Tokyo, Los Angeles, and London. We are these days one of the main standards for music production. So everything you hear these days in electronic music, it has some connection to our products. So everything from the very well-known guys from Daft Punk to Depeche Mode, but also to the main customers who pay for our products, bedroom musicians. They are a community of about 15 million, somehow similar to what Christian said. 50 million people are using our software on a daily basis. 53 million in revenue. This is for Berlin standards, probably already a Mittelstands company, and we are self-owned. The three founders own 80% of the shares, which allows us to do something which I'm telling you a little bit later. This is a modern studio these days. In the 80s, this looked completely different. It was a studio full of hardware, and it was very expensive. And Ableton is somehow a part of the democratization movement, allowing many more musicians to become a rock star, which I think still is the goal for everybody. And doing this because the software and the hardware is much cheaper than it used to be. And as you know, you can upload everything these days easily on platforms like SoundCloud, and then you can become a rock star without having a record label deal. So that's somehow the promise also we are selling or we are promoting, and this is the business, the commercial business we're doing. So a couple of years ago, we sat together the three founders and discussed what should we do with the company. So what we have achieved is a sustainable business. We are still growing 15% year by year. So it's a good business, but we said, what can we do? Normally, at this stage, after 20 years of foundation, the company gets sold. So like our competitors sold it to Apple, or they sold it to Roland, or really big corporations. And we've seen sad outcomes. Basically, probably not so much with the Apple example, but with others. And we see that companies are stalling, the technology, the innovation spirit goes away. So we said, no, this is not worth it. Why having so much money on a bank and just destroying a whole culture, a community? So we decided to look around, what can we do? What is there options for the future to do differently? And we talked to a lot of music educators. And we found out, for example, in the US, there's only 20% of school kids who have music education, who have access, especially for kids with a less privileged background than all here in the room. So we said, probably this is something we can work on, or we can support to give kids more chances of education, especially for music education, which is, as most of you might know, is much more than music. It's about showing your creativity. It helps you for your cognitive capabilities for language learning and for mathematics, for example. So it's very useful, not only as a hobby, but also very good for your brain. So we talked to some educators, and they found out there's a lot of people, especially from less privileged areas, who see music as the only way to get out of the street and not become into gang and violence. And so we thought this is exciting, and we looked deeper into it. And there's definitely a need, and we donated a couple thousand of our hardware products and software to schools of this kind, and we got very promising results. So there's a lot of really interest in what we do and promoting music education in a different way than the classical music, performing of old composers who are already dead. So what these kids want is really making a beat, the music they love. And this is the way how we want to somehow change a little bit the music education. Not that we say performing a classical piano piece is bad. We think this is good, but we believe there is much more opportunity for music education when it comes to the current music kids love. So we decided, after all this, yes, let's do this. Let's invest much more into this field and not selling the company. So that was a major decision, and I think Christian mentioned it already, not for sale. I think I don't have a nice something flying down on the slide saying not for sale, but it's the same. We decided not to sell the company. So we are in the process of setting up a legal structure which allows us to bring the company to the next generation without us in the leading position for sure, as a succession planning. And this is quite complex because we are 3 founders, we have 3 families, there's 20 years of legacy, so it's less easy, I guess, than for Christian, who is more or less the main founder. And so there's a lot of work and a lot of money goes into consulting for tax advisors and legal services, but I believe it's worth it. Similar to what Christian said, it's because we see us as part of a movement to think about succession as a different way of exiting. So the classical exit, in our case, I described it, is private equity or selling it to a trade sale to a major competitor. So this is again what we said, we don't want to do it. And I think it is still an experiment, and this last slide should show a little bit what we're trying to accomplish. And we don't know exactly if it's working, but we try to bring the profit world and the impact world under one umbrella. So this means we have at least the goal is to not sell the company and then create a foundation afterwards, but have a charitable social impact business within the business. So you have to see that still the profit engine is the business we have, and we want to grow it, but we want to have create the social business within this umbrella. And for example, you could think of a guy who is in the morning who sells software to a retailer. In the afternoon, he goes to a school in a background, for example, in South LA, where there's really a bad situation in the neighborhood, where he's basically promoting these courses for kids. So that's the day-to-day. It's a kind of a hybrid job. You're not working in a not-for-profit and also not in a clearly for-profit company. So in a way, we try to combine both. We don't know if it's working, but at least we want to try. And for the umbrella, what is important is to have a foundation. So we are also in the process of creating a foundation, basically which makes sure the foundation that the Ableton is not getting sold at any time. So that is quite complex, as I mentioned, but I think we see us also a little bit as pioneers to do this and to convince more business owners of a different way of exiting. And for sure, what is even more important is we do this because we believe we can make a little difference in the world by giving kids music education who in these days often have no access to any kind of education in this field. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan. Would you be so kind to stay here with us for a couple of minutes more? And all the other last speakers also, Josephine, and where are you? Yeah, Christian, would be nice to reconnect. Kilian, please. I really invite you to go onto that website and do it. It's a lot of fun to really experience. You don't need any musical education, and you can jump right into the fun. I want to ask, there's no Slido question from you yet. Maybe you're a bit tired at the end of the day, but if there are any more to come, I'm happy to ask them. I want to ask you first, do you take only sustainable companies as advertising companies on your website? I know that you don't do it yet, that you are working on it. How hard is that way to work that?
Yeah, so you hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what we're doing at the moment, we're not only allowing sustainable companies, but we're allowing every company. But what we do is that certain very, very good companies get a little green leaf right next to their search results, so we highlight them. And other not so great companies, they get a little coal icon right next to their search results.
And they still give you money as an advertising company?
So this is just for normal search results, but for advertisements, we're filtering out certain companies, but only the really malicious and evil ones, but not everyone.
Okay, we normally don't talk brand names on panels so much, but who would be an evil company, and how do you detect evil companies?
If you're, for example, a coal company and destroying a very valuable forest in Germany, then you would be classified as an evil company.
Okay. And if you're a nuclear power plant and not generating any CO2 emissions, is that the devil too or not?
I think we were still thinking about the criteria there. So my personal opinion, I wouldn't say a devil. I mean, even other companies, I wouldn't say a devil, but certainly they can do better than they're doing at the moment. And yeah, nuclear is a difficult topic. We don't have a clear position on that. Some people do, others don't.
Some things are very complex. Yeah. Okay, talking complexity. And I want to start with you, Kilian. I know you will have a workshop tomorrow, but for all the ones who are not going to the workshop, please, we are talking transformation and responsibility in that panel. What did you do in transforming, for example, in Zaatari, in order to bring a daily life to a total chaos? So what did you practically do, not being Mr. Tinder of aid and not giving aid to the people? What did you do? Well, what did you start with, and what did you then do?
Gosh, that's another workshop.
No, but I just, to understand your understanding
first
of decisiveness.
And stop taking people, victimizing victims of conflict, right? I mean, it starts with that. Take people as human beings, that's number one. It's not because you're putting a label on somebody's forehead and saying, now you're a refugee because, and that's why we treat you differently. Take people as people, number one. Number two, realize that all our cities are a result of displacement, of migration. Our cities are born out of refuge and migration. There have always been places where people gathered for safety and so on. So we started taking that camp as a city. We worked with the city of Amsterdam, the city planners of Amsterdam as partners. We brought in the Municipal Association of the Netherlands. I mean, it was a coincidence to work like that. We then also moved away from aid as sort of charity again. So we enabled people through smart cards to go shopping in supermarkets and make their own choices. Basically, capitalism pure, make people from aid recipients to happy shoppers, Black Fridays. But you should see the difference from people who have been queuing up half a day to get food, which they don't eat because they want to sell it to have some cash to buy the stuff they really want. And pushing a cart through a supermarket, total change. They can make choices, allowing people, in fact, to tap on illegally the electricity. I mean, honestly, we had no other choice, but they were tapping on the electricity, but then actually stealing the electricity together, managing it. There's today a solar power plant. Just to say, we wasted a lot of German taxpayers' money on that, because it would have been better to do this with the private sector, actually. But there is a 12 megawatt power plant now feeding the camp. Dignity through energy. There are shops, there's 3,000 shops, travel agency, whatever else in the camp, which we tolerated, moving away from, again, people as recipients of aid.
Oh, thank you. There are questions coming in. I want to ask one last question relating to, you said we should have done it with the private sector. Where, from your perspectives, you want to put governments more into responsibility, and where do you think it's okay to let the private sector do its own job? It's a very general question, I know, but...
I think governments need to set the frame, and they need to incentivize the private sector. So the private sector has a large role to play in sustainability and sustainable development, but it won't necessarily happen on its own. You see companies, they get affected by investors, they get affected by their customers, they get affected by their employees, they get affected by NGOs that keep knocking on their doors. So I think government has a very large role to play in incentivizing, but there is a massive role for private sector to provide solutions, and especially when it comes to technology and things like that.
Can you come a bit closer? I think we kind of spread out into the room.
There's
come
space
together.
here. Well, I mean, we are working on actually the development of new cities in Ethiopia, and that we see that as a social enterprise. Bottom up, I mean, there's a lot of criticism about that model. We'll talk about that tomorrow. We call that sustainable development zones, but we see this as a citizen public-private partnership coalition, building up spaces where people can get out of informality, have better access to education, finance, and so on, because they're legally existent and so on. And it's possible through a play together. Yes, there has to be a regulatory framework, but usually, still, I mean, at least in the, let's say, more fragile environments where I work, it's the regulatory framework is impeding people. It's a blocker to actually progress. That's why 80% of the economy is in the African continent, for instance, if you can generalize, is informal, because people cannot access it. So they can have difficulties to grow. As long as we have that that system, this is the only way to go. So we want to get people out of anonymity into creating identity, creating a legal existence, and with that you move forward. But again, the limits of public sector have to be recognized, particularly in some environments, and that's where you can create some forms which we call sustainable development zones, which sort of create some special space where you can do what you want.
Something. I come back to a question with a question to you, but there's another question for all of you. What is your advice for us students who aspire to start an organization like yours, but feel like we lack resources, whatever resources are? Money, people, time, we had time, speed. So what are your advices? Bottom up.
Okay, I go first. I think the biggest mistake I made, so I didn't have resources at all when I had some savings, but we didn't have any investments, so I would also consider myself quite resourceless in the beginning. I think the biggest mistake I made was that I didn't really have a mentor. So Ecosia is now 10 years old, and we're only seeing now that growth that I would like to have seen maybe 7, 8 years ago. And I think we did a lot of mistakes and really spent a lot of energy on doing things that just didn't make a lot of sense. So I would really advise you to find somebody who has done it already, who's not only an advisor, but somebody who's really achieved something and who really cares about what you're doing. And then I think you can save yourself a lot of pain. And I think this person could potentially also give you access to the things that you maybe still need.
There's another question related to you. You mentioned that you're close to external investment. How do you plan in expanding your company and in turn giving back to planet in a larger scale? I need my glasses. Please.
So we're not, we're not taking on any external money, but we also don't need to, because we're making 25 million in revenue at the moment, and our cost is only like 5 million or something like that. So there's really a lot of money left over that we're putting into tree planting, but if we ever wanted to do something bigger, then we could also finance that with our own budget. We could probably not build like crazy technology, but honestly, I also think that really doesn't make sense at our stage.
Would you take students from ESCP as interns?
Of course.
You too?
That's why I'm here.
Okay, you too? Okay, good. Yes.
I have one advice is probably, because you asked for advice, is certainly look into the founding group. I think the values should be the same. I think I'm also an angel investor, and see there's already a lot of diverse groups and too diverse, and there's unclarity about where to go. I think especially when you want to create a purpose-driven company, be aware of the values of the founders, ideally aligned. And the second, my learning is look very closely who is financing you, because once you have a private equity or a very international VC on board, he is most likely not so happy about your purpose-driven agenda, because he's shareholder-driven. And that is, I think, very important. Think about your financing, because it doesn't mean this is evil. I think they play a role and should play, but I think when you go into purpose-driven company, when you think about creating one, think about the financing.
Yeah, I think it's a good advice. I'm constantly close to bankruptcy because my bank doesn't believe me. I was just writing now to my bank this afternoon, actually, and saying, can you give me some pre-financing again? So my advice is as well, and I did that mistake of not being accompanied by good people in finance, because when you challenge the system, you're new, nobody understands you. I mean, I'm challenging the system since I left the UN for 5 years, and it's really difficult. It's really difficult to, at least the channels I know, which are the sort of the aid channels, you ain't going to get any money from there, because they say, who are you, due diligence, blah, 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 and so on. And the banks tell you, well, I mean, where are your assets? And you say, oh, my assets are somewhere in Africa, they're somewhere else, and so on. It doesn't work. You go to the impact investors and so on, they say, well, this is also too risky, and so on. So it's very difficult. So I'm saying, please, I mean, advice. And again, I'm in that situation constantly, but it doesn't matter somehow. Well, it matters. But my advice is get a good finance person with you if you manage. And otherwise, yes, we do take interns if you don't go bankrupt within the next 4 weeks.
Okay, good luck. There's another question to you, Jan. What is your stand on the way the music streaming industry treats, in terms of revenues, the lesser known music producers you have helped foster?
Yeah, that's a pity. The whole industry is definitely is catered towards the big artists, and they earn a lot of money. I think anyhow with live events, that's how you can earn some money in the music industry, which is basically also a broken system, the music industry. And we try to change it a little bit. But I think I'm not super optimistic that this will change in the near future, that musicians get more money from Spotify. So it's still it's not something everybody I know who is also from our client base or customer base cannot survive on streaming, on revenues from streaming. They need to go on tour. Live performance is the only way to earn money these days.
Yeah. There are two other questions related to you. One is, do you also plant trees in dry regions where water use will be unsustainable, and how do you deal with that? And the other question was, just a second, how does the logistics of tree planting work in distant parts of the world? What types of partnerships do you make there?
So we don't plant in areas where irrigation would be needed, so we don't have because usually that's also very costly, that's not very cost effective. I think sometimes we irrigate just to get the seedlings started, but there's no long-term irrigation because, in California, for example, you see the groundwater table going down and down and down, and at some point the whole country is gonna just dry out, or the entire area is gonna dry out, so that's really not sustainable, and we're not doing that in our projects. However, we are planting in areas that are really, really dry. So in Burkina Faso, for example, you have 9 months of drought per year. And what we're doing there is we're basically digging little holes into the ground so that when it rains, the water actually gets caught in these little half-moon-shaped holes. And that then means that the groundwater table is actually refilled again, and also it means that the plants can actually reach that water. So there's a lot you can still do in very dry areas through tree planting. And the other question was how we do that. We usually work with tree planting organizations, so we're not planting the trees ourselves, but we're actually selecting organizations who are already active in certain areas. So
you're not funding them or founding them.
We're not founding them, but we're funding them. So we're helping them to scale up, and we're also trying to bring some of the knowledge that we find in one project that is working, for example, and trying to bring that to another. So we're trying to be a hub for tree planting as well.
Okay. If somebody asks, what do you think of Ecosia?
Well, I need his email because we're going to plant trees in southern Tunisia.
Okay, we made a network now. That's very good.
Excellent.
Okay, coming back to the question of pension funds, is investing your pension fund into sustainable companies potentially less profitable? Or the other question around, what do you have to do to make them more profitable if they are sustainable?
So you don't reduce your returns by investing sustainably. There's no evidence for it reducing your returns. We haven't been able to prove that it increases your returns compared to non-sustainably. But it also completely depends on where you invest. A good investor will invest well, and a bad investor will invest badly. And you do see some funds that label themselves as responsible, maybe because they weren't doing that well, and then they screened out coal, and then they were like, oh, but we're sustainable, so you can invest in us anyway. And you see that. But I think a sustainable company is a well-managed company, so that should be a label of quality. So just in common sense, you should be better off.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, also, if you invest your money in a sustainable fund, scrutinize it. Sustainability can be anything. We see funds that screen out contraceptives, and then they're an ethical fund. You see funds that then invest targeted education for people who don't have access, and that's a different type of sustainability. So scrutinize it, but you don't have to reduce your returns.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. There's a last question from my part. Now, the iPad gone black. It was a question, it was the first question. Maybe somebody can read it from you. This is networking. There was a question to you. It's about really not incremental change rather than leapfrogging and systematic change and really the battle, the fighting for, and that brings me back to a question on one of the, maybe somebody can read it from you, on the walls. Where do we need to believe in incremental change and, do we have it here? No, not the second. How is the fight against the system going? Have you seen a change since you started the company on a larger scale? And that brings me to the question, where do we have to hit really hard and to be very strict? And where do you think it's okay to take small steps? So first that question.
Well, I think there has been a change. I have been in trouble with the system, with the UN system, for instance. They wouldn't talk to me anymore because I've been saying, well, it's not good enough to ask people to put €5 into a box, and you think that because it's now 205 billion instead of 200 billion, you're going to fix it. And the way of how you're spending the money is not sustainable. Look at the example of the solar power plant in Zatari or similar things, which you could actually save a lot of money, do it differently, work with guarantee funds, work with insurance, use those mechanisms you would have. For instance, we're setting up currently a guarantee fund for people to get access to loans in Tunisia for Northern Africa, together with one of the development banks, so they can actually finance their own skill development. I mean, it's a classic student loan thing, but you multiply your money. Anyway, so there has been a change. I would say, in the beginning, I had big problems. Suddenly, I become more accepted again. But that's the role of being the disruptor, to actually challenge and to tell another narrative. Get out of this bubble. I mean, don't talk about 75 million refugees. Talk about 1 billion people living in atrocious conditions and being basically on the move. 1 billion, not 75 million. And that you can do something about that. That narrative 5 years ago was forbidden. Today, we're getting there. So I think it's worthwhile to dare. It's worthwhile to challenge. And it's not, as I say, it can't be incremental anymore. This is big. And again, that transformation we are seeing, digitalization, the challenge through information being accessible to so many people. In the same time, they know that they don't access what's out there. So that's why I'm saying we need to be much bigger and bold and strong.
I want to finalize this panel, coming back to the dilemma that Andreas was putting on the plate. What is your wish, what you would do differently tomorrow, what you don't do yet, but you're working on? Small steps, small personal changes. What is on your agenda for 2020? What you still want to do more sustainably, personally? Where you're biting your finger?
Yeah, I'm still thinking.
Okay. You do
I don't know. I mean, personally, for me, it's just my ambition is to make Ecosia much bigger because I see how much potential we still have.
Okay, scaling.
But that is, yeah.
And more renewable energy.
We're at 200% already. I mean, we can still do more, but
Okay.
yeah. So, but for us, it's just we want more people to use us. That's our main.
Okay.
That's our main thing, and
Okay.
also my personal mission.
Okay. Any other wish that you're still working on? Personal change, yeah.
Personal change.
Direction sustainability.
I think there was, from the previous panel, the whole dilemma between you know what you should do,
Yeah.
but then doing it yourself.
Okay, what
around
is
like-
it? Practically.
like short holidays, where
Short
you have
holidays.
to fly
Ah,
because they're too
okay.
short to take the train.
Okay, too short
I
to
think
take.
that.
Okay.
That's one of the dilemmas.
You too?
Yeah, it's a little bit the same, like Christian. I think scaling. So we want to see more kids getting into touch with music.
No, you personally, your personal change, not your wish.
No, that's like my personal, because I'm part of it. So,
okay.
so
Okay.
it's it's a day-to-day thing for me to change this ownership system. But personally, there's one thing. What I did is definitely rethinking business travel. So we used to go to trade shows with a big group, and this year we are flying with a very small group to Los Angeles to our main trade show, and that is already. I feel the Greta effect is there. People are thinking more, do I really need to fly over the ocean?
Okay.
And that's happening. So I'm not flying this year.
Okay, Kilian, your last.
Well, I have a few pet projects which I want to get going before I die, and this is a sort of projects around youth, changing the narrative in Northern Africa. Be proud to be young. Don't be ashamed. I mean, this is what we're teaching Africans constantly. We're telling them stop making babies. Well, yeah, maybe it's not sustainable to make so many children, but it's also good, and be proud of that and be building that up. So we're trying to, and this is my personal thing, we're trying to set up a network of basically young centers where people can thrive, where the events are taking place, music is taking place, training is taking place, research, sustainability, where also on that continent, again, I don't like to generalize, on that continent there is a mind change going on, and that people are proud to be living on that continent, proud to be young, and if as a sort of aging guy can contribute to that, that would be my pleasure.
Kilian, thank you very much. I will work on sustainable clothes, which I don't wear today, and I apologize for that. Thank you very much for sharing. And I invite you now, please, before Jan Ehlers is closing, for good reasons, I want to invite you to take this little card with the SDG logos, and on the back you will please write what you will do. I will. And if you're willing, you can sign with your name. What will you do personally to make your university or the planet or your home or your travel or anything in this world more sustainably? So please, I will, and we are very happy to find your name, but not necessarily. And we will collect that and we will put them on the walls that you can see what the others are thinking. So please, we'll have some music for 2 minutes and write it down that we can read it, and then we will close the shop. And we will do it too. If you are ready, hand them please to the middle. And you can study them while drinks later. So, I don't want to be impolite. I hand the stage over to Jan now. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. So thank you very much for contributing. We take you seriously with your notes. Thank you for sharing this whole day with us. Online also, whoever is still out there at the end of this impactful day. Ach ja, und die Tassen. Och, habe ich völlig vergessen. Och. Total. Milena, we have some wonderful cups which are not made out of plastic. Handmade ceramics. To our speakers, I totally forgot. I was so into the discussion. Please, Jan. Please, please. Wait. And Kilian, there's also one for you. And so, we wouldn't be here all today, I guess, if there wasn't one man in the room, and probably a lot of you know him. His name is Jan Ehlers. He's the Director, Executive Education, Corporate Relations and Career Development at the ESCP. And I'm totally grateful to him that he, since the very first moment of initiating this conference and the whole SDG subject in your university, together with Andreas, that he is so responsible for taking this always a step further. So Jan, thank you very much, and that's your final carpet.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you to all the speakers today. Thank you to you. I prepared a very, very long speech for you now, but when I look at you, I think you might be happy if I make it a little bit shorter. So I would like just to share with you one or two thoughts I had during the day. So why did we initiate this conference? For me, it was that I learned at my education, my personal education at school, but also at university, well, not so much about sustainability, of course, and also not so much about collaboration, working together. It was always more about being competitive, and I think this is not the way how we solve the world's biggest problems. So, we initiated this conference for you as a learning opportunity, but not just for you, but also for ourselves, for our professors, for our staff, for all of us to be open and to learn from you, but to learn from all the experts, to learn from the speakers, and to create a different approach on learning. And this evolved and developed in the last years quite well with the students, and I'm very grateful for this. So what are the learnings for today? Of course, first of all, we learned about the SDGs, we learned about sustainability and how people approach it. Secondly, we learned about role models, people who choose to do different, people who choose to do business different, and people who are brave and step in and not just take the easy approach, but take maybe sometimes the hard road to change the world a little bit. For me, the most important part, however, is the way that we learn at this conference to collaborate. As Kilian said, we have everything in place And I'm very convinced we have everything in place to change the world and to make it a success and to be sustainable. But I think we need to learn to better understand each other. We need to learn to use diversity, to use the intercultural diversity, but also to talk business to NGOs, but also NGOs to business or to politics. We need to learn to collaborate. And this conference for me is a big learning opportunity for you and for us to discuss and to share ideas and come up with the results. And I hope that this is something you take home and take throughout your the rest of your study, but then also to take it to your job. That you create partnerships and that you are open to other people and learn from them. One thing, what I found inspiring today is that these people, all of them could have chosen a different career. And this is inside a career week, and it's about your career. And I think the easiest thing how you can contribute is that you choose wisely where you want to put your energy and where you want to put your skills and knowledge. And I want to encourage you to be brave and bold and to try out things and not take the easy road. The easy road is maybe something which is prestigious and brings easy money, I don't know, sometimes. But if you take the rough road, I think it will be way more adventurous, interesting, and I want to encourage you to do so. So this is actually the two things I want to share with you today. And yeah, I hope you will have a good day tomorrow, engage into the discussions, bring in your whole self, listen to the others, and make the most out of it. Because these are the learning opportunities where you can really make a difference. So that's from my part. I don't do this now. Maybe the one thing at this point is also the point to thank everybody. So I want to thank, first of all, I would like to thank Michaela Wieand, because Michaela took over the conference 2 years ago from me, and she is organizing it mainly on her own as a side job, as she's the head of the career development department, and she brought so much passion to this conference and so much energy, and she brought all these experts for you, and I'm very, very grateful, and I have something for you. She knows it. Let me see. Yeah, that's it. Oh. And while you are here and you wanted to share something, I think this is a good opportunity for you to share what is on the page.
What is on the page, yeah. Thank you. Thank you all for writing down your wishes or your intentions or what you're going to do differently like tomorrow or after in a few seconds. So what do we have here? Of course, a lot of, I will use Ecosia instead of other search engines. I will attempt to go zero waste. I will shop sustainably, make educated choices, dedicate my life to the implementation of sustainable models on a city level. Yeah, shop 100% sustainable clothes, which is not easy, by the way, right? I will install solar panels on my roof. I will try to buy less products wrapped in plastic. I will eat less meat. I like that one. I turn into vegetarian. Okay, like that one too. Will travel more consciously, and will start donate clothes. So, and a lot of other things. Yeah. So great. Thank you. You can after this, when we close the conference and you go for the reception, you can come back here and read all the others yourself, I think. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michaela. And now, of course, I'm thanking all the supporters, Allianz, Coca-Cola, Unibail Rodamco, and the speakers of today and tomorrow, the experts, you, and all the students who helped organizing these workshops tomorrow. That was also a very interesting collaboration, and it's always for us a challenge, and for the students as well, I think, to find these kind of partnerships where you are somehow. This is a real collaboration because the students organize themselves some of the workshops, and then we also need to invest and support them. And I'm very, very grateful for the students who engaged in that. And I think this is applause for them. Last but not least, I would like to thank the wonderful Andrea, who since 3 years is moderating our conference in this very inspiring and positive way. Actually, Andrea, and I never told this, Andrea was somehow a little bit involved in the decision why we installed this conference at ESCP, and she doesn't know it, I think. So I went 2015 after a time in Cuba to a conference on the SDGs. It was the first SDG conference in Berlin at the Humboldt University, and Andrea was moderating this, and I went straight after the conference to her, and then I thought, okay, I will just copy this conference and take it to ESCP, and I took her with me.
Thank you.
And I'm so grateful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You know, the good thing is, I'm only here for 5 hours, and I can make big words and say something, and I'm so happy to see you back and to ask you next year or the year after, so what did you do with your plans? Because I think it's all about action. First is conviction and knowledge and transparency, and then it's about action. So I'm really looking to more networking and working with you together to make the world a sustainable place. Thank you very much. Thank you. See you. And enjoy your drinks.